into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang bang we love for you.
yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone.
Set in stone. Bang bang, we win. Set in stone.
Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Feel the pressure, check is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it hard.
And we feel like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, it is time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy on, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that, get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills.
Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang bang we love for you.
yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no Let's go. 1, 2, 3, yeah, it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy up, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that, get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills.
Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together, we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang, bang, we're on fire. Yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Feel the pressure, trap is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it,
MVP like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. 2, 3, it is time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy up, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills.
Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together, we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang, bang, we're on fire. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Feel the pressure, jump is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it. MVP like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, it is time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy up, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills.
Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang bang we love for you.
set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone.
Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone.
Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Feel the pressure, check is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it hard.
MVP like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, it is time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy up, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that, get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills.
Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang bang we love for you.
Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Feel the pressure, trap is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it hard.
Heavy feel like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, yeah, it's time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that, get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
Yeah, I bet you will. Show 'em all your skills.
Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together, we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang, bang, we love for it. Yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone. Set in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set in stone. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Feel the pressure, trap is coming. 2, 3, it is time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy on, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills.
Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what, we will weather
Any storm when we're together, we can always aim for more. Yeah, it's that bang, bang, we love for you. Yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Feel the pressure, jump is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it,
Everything like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, it is time to bring the heat. We compete, got a mutual enemy. If it's up to me, I'm choosing you. Up in the sky, we'll never lose.
Lock and unload, we precise. I will take your advice. Got this energy on, we will take home the prize. So come get it, play this game. Showing all your skills, bang, bang.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
No doubt we will get that. Roll out, never sit back, sit back.
Let's raise the bar, ready to start, we'll never stop. Together we're off the charts.
Yeah, I bet you will show them all your skills.
Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win.
No matter what we will weather,
Any storm when we're together,
we can always aim for more. Yeah, this that bang bang we love for you.
yeah. Set the tone like it's set in stone. Dive into your reality. Yeah, we can shape our own fantasy. Do it all, no adversity.
We gon' set the tone like it's set in stone.
Set it in stone. Bang, bang, we win. Set it in stone.
Set the tone like it's set in stone.
Feel the pressure, jump is coming, coming.
You better watch out.
I'm on fire, baby, burn it, burn it.
Feel it hard.
Heavy feel like no one knows it, knows it. I'm too good for you, I'm too good for you.
Now I look like I'm actually having fun. I've always wanted to wear this particular shirt on the bottom because I think it looks cute. It's 50 ringgit from Malacca. Malacca. I already went to Malacca with my friends and she saw this. And I was like, can you? Suits. Thank you.
Husky very casual.
Oh, we saw Husky yesterday, it was so cute.
Where?
Jayawan after bouldering.
Big one.
Big one.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome back. This is the Clash Squad C Cup, brought to you by Garena Free Fire. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, down here with the one and only Husky. Husky, yesterday was a day where it was a tad bit unexpected. MCPS didn't really have a great day. But today, two more teams stand a good chance.
Yeah, and one of them went to FFSI. We have Expand playing today. We have Freedom Cheese, kind of like, again, the Freedom clan making a comeback after quite a while, so very interested to see them as well. We have Big Mug actually playing today, but two other Vietnam teams, I believe, you know, GOW and WAG playing. So a lot of expectation, honestly, after what we saw yesterday.
Freedom Cheese, I kind of understand exactly why JPDNC was like, okay, maybe not this time round. Because unlike Sem9, who were on the path of improvement, 2 back-to-back tournaments, Freedom Cheese kind of dropped the ball a tad bit the last time we kind of saw them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it was quite a very steep drop as well, right?
Yeah.
We have this kind of this surge of performance,
Correct.
and then towards the very end, it fizzled out into nothing. You kind of have that AB Radicals effect, but in a very drastic manner.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of gives us confidence that a team like Freedom Cheese can really get up to the top. But they have to figure out exactly what sort of concoction they need to brew up in order to stay at the top, right? Because we've seen them up on the top once. In fact, we were quite shocked that they got into the grand finals.
Oh, we were really shocked that they were even part of the grand finals. I think it's fair to say that a lot of us wrote them off very early.
Yeah, yeah.
And then they gave us hope that there's a chance that they might win the whole thing.
Correct.
But when push comes to shove, I think you still get outclassed by the more experienced player.
Yeah.
I would say though the bar today is quite low for MCPS. You just have to win your series, and you are already a step above everyone else.
Absolutely right. Of course, that's exactly what we said for everyone yesterday as well. But it's easier said than done at this Clash squad. You have to have everything going your way. And mainly because you start off in such a small compound. And a majority of the character skills, for example like Clue, instantly reveals your position. You pretty much can run, but there's nowhere you can hide. And a lot of the character abilities pretty much fishes you out.
I think the most interesting part was that Clue was only used by, I believe, one team. It was RRQ Kazu yesterday.
Yeah.
And when we look at all the other teams that played afterwards, it doesn't really make too much of a difference, right? I think you still make up for the lack of Clue with Dreki, Moko, primarily these two in your loadout. So you kind of still compensate for the lack of Clue. I think people just prefer A124, Chrono, etc. a lot more. But for those who didn't get to catch yesterday's series, this is the current state of the bracket. We have Attack All Around, BRUX Evos, Morph Team, and Evos Divine making it through yesterday, eliminating RRQ Kazu, Team Flash, Farang, and AB Radical. So today, we are looking for 4 more teams out of the 8 teams to make it into top 8 as they will proceed further, and afterwards we're playing in a double elimination format from that point onwards.
Absolutely, man. And of course, we have to wait a tad bit before we get to this stage. And there might be a little bit of a change there because I think we're going to run this all the way until the 23rd of July. But we'll get that double confirmed.
I think that's a show match, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll get our champion on 16th July, and a week after we get to see more fun between the content creators.
That is just absolutely insane. That's news to me at this point of time. Bermuda, Nextera, 2 maps are going to be repeated in here once again today. And of course, you don't drop into the exact same compounds round after round. We throw you into a bunch of different scenarios, different situations, and you just have to figure it out. And of course, just picking up on the point that we were discussing earlier, Blue versus Dreki or Moko. But the problem here is Moko, you really need to get that shot first before you can get a little bit of the information. Dreki, on the other hand, you don't really want to... It's not as useful as Clue. So that actually makes it a little bit surprising. Unless some of these pro players just don't care exactly where they hide, they're going to eventually figure it out.
Yeah, we did see teams go for Raphael, right? I mean, we have some insane AWM players yesterday, so I'm looking for more of that today. Coming up, our first series, we have WAG against Freedom Cheese, both again qualifying from their own domestic Clash squad league. And I would say that Freedom Cheese, there's a lot to be desired. Right? Last time we saw them, they gave us hope, and then they took it away themselves. Up against WAG, which last time they even made it to a regional tournament, it was in 2019.
Yeah, been quite a while since we've actually seen a lot of them. Hopefully they will be able to move on forth, but of course that's going to be at the expense of Freedom Cheese getting kicked out of the competition. Freedom Cheese wants to run this arc of redemption either way. We'll have to see exactly who is stronger. Let's take a quick look at the active skill setup here. We've got Orion, and surprisingly, it is the strongest and most picked character skill of the competition thus far.
I would say Orion first and Tatsuya second,
Absolutely.
right? In case anyone gets confused, that's Dimitri's portrait, but I'm pretty sure it's just the portrait's glitch. So Tatsuya has also been a very great character for for players who want to go for the flank, for
Yeah.
players who really want to rush in your face, generally Orion and Tatsuya are the choices for them.
Absolutely, and of course you've got the A124 as well. If you can get close enough to your opponents and pop the A124, you're going to be able to disable their Orion, which we saw yesterday was pretty massively annoying, especially those CQCs.
Yeah. And I want to also quickly point out that Kizo, I believe, is the first player that is running the Alvaro, which is a character that we have not seen at all yesterday, simply because that I think Beaston himself is quite sufficient, right?
Yeah.
You don't really get too much of those grenades to lob around.
Exactly,
Those
yeah.
clusters don't really do too much, so I'm very interested to see how Freedom Cheese is going to utilize the Alvaro.
I absolutely agree with you, right? Because there's just, like you said, not many of those grenades to play around with, unless you are going to see, for once, a prioritization on the grenades purchases instead of just the crazy gun purchases that we saw yesterday. I mean, we saw some 4 spies out of the AWM, which at one point a 4 AWM setup, which I think wouldn't have been my personal advice to some of these teams. I would prefer definitely picking up those grenades because you don't really see a lot of what's that character's skill again?
Steffi.
A lot of Steffi being picked up. So those grenades will get the damage done if you can purchase them.
I'll tell you, my favorite loadout from yesterday was quadruple LMGs. I forgot the team that force bought it. I believe it was AV Radicals when they play against
Yeah, it was
Divine.
three LMGs, and the other guy, I don't know what he was using.
Yeah, but it was
It
pretty
didn't go
fun.
their way.
From that point onwards, no. But I think players who are really good with the AWM,
Yeah.
after watching yesterday, that is going to reinforce how strong that gun is in Clash Squad, because there are certain locations on the maps that we're playing is going to be Bermuda and Xterra anyways, right? That when the barrier drops, you instantly get to fire the initial shot that just chips away 150 damage on your target. And we have seen Evo's Divine do that consistently yesterday with that instant AWM pop shot.
Yeah.
I believe that teams are going to pick up on that a bit more.
Hey, you're not going to get the kill, but you're most definitely going to force them to use that medkit, which is very, very crucial, because if you deplete them of their resources super early on, their probability of survival a little bit later is of course going to dwindle down. And a lot more that we can expect here today. Of course, a couple of these other teams hopefully have got a different sort of strategy, especially when it comes to the guns. And I have to say, yesterday, Aski, I was pretty surprised that the AWM CQCs was just popping off like a charge buster.
And look at Keroro.
One
was
last
doing, was doing crazy jump shots, right? He was doing jump headshots with the AWM and with massive success rate as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't see that in Battle Royale. No one takes it. It is so illogical that it actually looks good, you know. And so props to the players who were able to kind of figure that out. And by the way, how do you scrim Clash Squad? How do you practice Clash Squad? That is also a question that I've been sleeping on yesterday, and I couldn't figure out the answer.
Sorry,
How do you scrim against other teams for Clash Squad? Like, what is the practice regime? Because in Battle Royale, you get to throw 12 squads onto a map and play it, but Clash Squads is always a 4 versus 4.
Yeah.
That is like 1st to 6.
Yeah.
So I wonder if teams actually put in the time to practice Clash Squad before this.
Not a lot of them focus on Clash Squad,
Oh, yeah?
unfortunately, but I wish they would, because it is very, very important, because it gets you used to constant engagement.
Oh, yes.
You know, yes, you have to practice your movement around the battlefield, yada, 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 but when you get into a gunfight, how are you going to respond in that quick instance, right? And I think this was something that I was in conversation with a couple of those pro teams, and surprisingly, not many of them.
Right. We should have raised the stakes, right? Maybe some point down the road, there will be more Clash Squad pro players.
Dengan duduk berasing kan, punya gameplay kan. Ada beza je sebenarnya.
Your qualification for future tournaments, right? Like, if you perform well in Clash Squads, maybe you get an extra 10, 20 points. Who knows? But this is it. The first game of the first set. WAG against Freedom Cheese. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how this plays out.
Lepaskan Freedom Cheese
We hope to
daripada
God you guys cannot hear what we are hearing in our headphones at the moment. WAG is going to be the ghost on the left-hand side flank first, with Cyrus moving straight in with Tatsuya, boosting himself a tad bit. He's going to come across Yazid for sure. And that flank around from Ghost potentially is going to get that high damage done instantly for WAG.
So most of them are running the very classic sidearm, just double pistols. Napi is actually dropping out absolutely low. Dolphin actually ends up losing his life Cyrus to follow. I mean, Freedom Cheese, great CQC. The Ghost caught out.
Whoa.
And Freedom Cheese scores that first blood in a very, very clean fashion.
What is going on? I mean, yes, WAG
I'm like,
hasn't had the experience at this sort of a stage in a while, but we can't really say Freedom Cheese has had, you know, their fair share at the very same time.
I would say that is a great start.
It's a fantastic start, and the flank around from Ghost pretty much did nothing.
Yeah, I think that with Freedom Cheese, you just get these early drops, early, you know, shots, right? And it's very important in these pistol rounds because you don't really get much resources, right? No blue walls, 2 medkits. That's pretty much it.
So cute.
All things considered, it's kind of a warm-up round. We have seen so many teams that they get to 3-4 points and they can absolutely reverse. And when we look at all the other teams that play
hanging back
afterwards, it doesn't really.
And it seems like he wants to flank around from the right. Ghost is going to be in a tad bit of trouble if Apis does manage to cut the distance here. Kizo flanked from both ends. He'll get tagged up a tad bit, forced to back away so that he can recover. Dolphin, on the other hand, is going to be the matchup against Kizo. Backstab, double revolver, won't be able to put the guy down. It's a 3v2. Ace trying his best to survive.
And Dolphin actually gets dropped also. Napis and Ace, very good recovery towards the very end.
Oh,
they get the
my
clean
God.
out. Freedom Cheese losing 2 in the process. WAG, they did their best to do the damage, but again, the gun differences, right? Double revolver, very strong, but in terms of fire rate, you still get outgunned.
Ace pretty much nearly hit that ace there. 6 kills thus far.
Yeah, this guy is...
He's having a fun day out there alongside Freedom Cheese. WAG needs to step it up a tad bit. They did go in for the force fire with the double revolvers on the other side. Didn't go their way all that too much. This time around, it's going to be the SMG plays. And of course, Ghost is going to be holding on to the AWM. Let's see the position that he holds on to this time.
There's a good chance WAG wins this one because when you lose that force buy round, when you lose your life in the force buy round, you are going to get relegated potentially to a double revolver, and that is what Kizo is working with. They still have 3 decent guns, you know, 2 rifles and an SMG. They're dealing with the Ghost with an AWM though, so this is going to be crunch time. The Ghost 0 defense, but that AWM is going to absolutely blow through the health bar of Freedom Cheese.
He can find the connection. Cyrus gets a little cheeky. Wants to grab a quick loot for himself. Gets tagged up a tad bit, but the glue wall does manage to save him. Ace continues to tag up Cyrus. It's going to be a 2v1. Cyrus has to get away, and Tatsuya saves his life.
He's going to come back off cooldown in just a little bit. So Cyrus has been doing this double Tatsuya dash to get space, but the problem is that you are flushed out very quickly, right? So WAG not really able to follow up with that information. And Freedom Cheese, they've gotten plenty of that control. WAG, they are slowly getting constricted in terms of space.
Yep, Circle's definitely going to squeeze them into this small little hut here. They have to find a little bit of an ingress, and that grenade out of Dolphin could be a big damage dealer if he can find a spot on these players. Napis will be spotted. Kizo, a riot saves his life, backs away, sucks out all of their HP at the same time as well. It's all about the timing now. He pops out, double revolver, and the glue wall saves his life. Cyrus is going to get tagged up. Double revolver still alive. Kizo finally dropped on the ground.
Again, losing in terms of that fire rate, it is just so hard. Demands a lot more of accuracy when you're using the double revolver. As for WAG, spray away. And that's a pretty clean round number 3. I believe they only lost Dolphin despite Freedom Cheese getting a tray back and Kizo surviving for longer than he should have. They just did not have the guns to play with.
Freedom Cheese with a cheeky attempt this time round. They could have gone in for a pretty economical round, but they seem to have forced bought themselves down all the way to 0. If they do go ahead to lose this round, they will be nerfed in the next one quite a tad bit. Dolphin on that right side flank. Napis is going to get that spot on him. AWM. This is not looking good, and he does not connect with the shot.
Yeah, we've seen what happened yesterday with Farang when fires right on the AWM. You need to land these shots. It is very imperative that you get early damage in. There's a good way that people just Tatsuya and overwhelm the AWM carrier. So Krillin taking a lot of space from the get-go. Freedom Cheese needs to force him out.
See if he can get out of here. Krillin tagged up all around. Those glue walls blocking the window. Guy could not get away just yet. Cyrus, on the other hand, will have to find an ingress in here. Spots out a player. Yazid right in front of him. He tries to shoot Yazid but finds a different player instead. And this is Cyrus is getting a tad bit lucky. Yazid now spotted. He wants to save his friend. Walks straight into the UMP. And WAG gets a free one off of Freedom Cheese.
Oh, delivered on a silver platter. What a weird interaction from Freedom Cheese, I believe that there might have been some sort of miscommunication between Kizo and Yazid, right? Because Kizo gets dropped, Yazid had no idea how to make that trade happen. So WAG tying up the score, and right now they are in a very good spot in terms of the economy. Freedom Cheese, on the other hand, an AWM and a very measly UMP, 2 shotguns to work with. This is going to be a very tough round.
This was what I was fearing for Freedom Cheese. They did go ahead to lose that round. They force bought their way through. They desperately need this round on their side. Doesn't seem to be a lot of those meta guns on their side, and Napis does bring in the AWM though. Positioning, not really the greatest at this point of time. He's waiting for an opportunity to backstab the players, but Krillin is going to meet him halfway with the AWM as well. Then Blue Wall's going to give his position away, and Dadbit snipes him just as below the knee. Doesn't take the guy out just yet, and Nafis finished off by Dolphin.
Yeah, very, very straightforward. Just better guns. In DCQC,
Oi,
the Tatsuya, good rush from Cyrus. He's going to make quick work of Ace as well. Freedom Cheese has already lost 2 members, and Name from afar supporting the kill onto Yazid, and Kizo last man standing, only a UMP in hand. Consolation prize onto the Ghost, but he doesn't have much health to work with. So Freedom Cheese, they are going to be taking the backseat this time. WAG will claim the lead.
You know, I was in a conversation with someone. Of course, they play a different game, FPS as well, on mobile. And they said Free Fire, you know, it's not their cup of tea because it's very clunky, the movements and all. And I asked him, have you ever tried jumping into a match? Because it is not easy to master the game, man. I mean, these guys are moving at this speed. You have to be some kind of god in Free Fire to pull off these maneuvers.
I was I thought of something that I want to say, but I'll keep it for later.
Okay.
You hate what you can't be.
Amen, indeed. I think it requires way more mechanical skills because some of the other games might not have a lot of these very realistic movements, especially with that scope and that aim in. You do have a tad bit of aim assist to help you out because of the difficulty within Free Fire in itself.
I think what you're looking for is variables, right? I think that is a very good term to describe kind of like the differences what Free Fire brings in a good way. Cyrus getting rushed by Freedom Cheese, but the amount of glue walls, my goodness, from WAG. Kizo ends up getting knocked down by Krillin.
Still do have a couple of glue walls to work around with Kizo. Not gonna pick up any time yet as Ace gets dropped as well. Yazid, Napis trying to save his buddy. Can he get there in time? All tagged up that AWM can't do much at this point of time. Brings out the M887, tags up a player, doesn't get the shot, doesn't put him down just yet, and the Ghost with the CQC AWM supremacy once again shows up a little bit.
Very unfortunate. Napis did the absolute best that he can. Got 2 knocks, but no finishes. Now he's in a 1 versus 4. AWM not the best weapon in these situations. The Ghost just outguns him. And WAG, they pull it back 4 rounds in a row. We talk about this, right? You get the force buy in round 2, but ideally you don't want to lose any single member. And they had to trade 2 members for that round, and WAG just started steamrolling from that full buy on round 3 onwards.
This is a little unfortunate for Freedom Cheese, who had a fantastic start earlier on. And now they are depleted in their resources. They can't really afford much. But I like the prioritization. They don't force buy great big weapons. They focus on their utilities instead.
Yeah, I think the craziest thing about Clash Squad is that the state of the round, the state of the match actually gets determined round 3 onwards, right? Round 3 or 4. 1 and 2 is kind of like, yeah, the warm-up. You got to test the waters a little bit. But what happens when you get to play, when the team or your enemies has full equipment? Can you still beat them the way that you did in the first few rounds? That's what matters. So Freedom Cheese, they have been struggling with that. Again, double shotguns and an AWM from afar. Napis has so much work that he needs to do, but the Ghost is just one-upping him every single time.
Absolutely. Napis had like 3 years to take that shot. Grenade! And a good glue wall bounces it right back towards Ghost. They both avoid each other. The cluster does not connect with Ghost as well. But Ghost now knows exactly where to look. Yazid hops on out, tries to take him down instantly. Kizo will get tagged up, brings out the Orion to survive a tad bit. Yazid circles around, tries to take the backstab, finds Dolphin, doesn't put him down just yet with the first shot, but the second manages it.
And they needed that trade because Napis was bombed by Krillin. So this is a very good exchange. At least keep them in the game with even numbers. Cyrus getting his health drained by the Orion, able to make it away. The amount of glue walls is unparalleled compared to what we saw yesterday. Cyrus still alive, but not much health left. Kizo ends up losing that 1 versus 1, and now WAG have the numbers.
This is all thanks to the decision made by Freedom Cheese earlier on once again prioritizing the utilities, buying a massive number of blue walls instead of focusing on, you know, 4 AWM setup. And I think it is working in their favor, but Ace needs to top his health up some way around. He has got the medkit on him, and they do find the victory. 3-4. Smart play on an eco round for Freedom Cheese.
Well, lovely, lovely clutch at the very end. That Orion almost took him out, almost sucked the soul out of him. But Ace able to survive the ghost, right? This guy has been literally, what do you call it? In Siberia, there was a sniper who was dubbed the White Death during the Cold War, where he was just devastating the Soviet Union. Bit of a history lesson, so the ghost could be the one in this series. He has been outgunning Napis, which can be a concern when you head into the later stages of the set.
Now it's going to be Kizo on the left flank. He's going to come across Ghost first. AWM one shot. Kizo does not spot him. Goes up the roof instead. It's not the greatest of position to deal with a sniper. Yazid on the other hand, the M887, one quick grenade, does manage to get the tag. Ice grenade and finds Krillin halfway through, puts him on the ground, gets traded out by a grenade instead.
Yeah, the Ghost just long range support with the AWM and some grenades. Cyrus getting some free shots onto Ace. Not getting a finisher though. Yazid was able to get rid of Krillin. In the meantime, Kizo losing himself. Napis also gets dropped. And suddenly Freedom Cheese finds himself with Ace as the sole survivor again. And this time he has so much work that he needs to do.
Cyrus backing the team up with the J-Beeps as well at Freedom Cheese. This one was just an all-out gunfight. And the star player or the star item was the grenade for sure.
And we also kind of saw the application of the Alvaro cluster. Again, not
very effective.
Yeah, I don't really like it too much because you throw one grenade and that's it, right? You have one cluster for the entire round. Not really the most efficient way to kind of utilize a utility. I feel like, again, it doesn't bring enough value. Yeah,
unless you're going to just pump in all of your money into those grenades, which I think was the idea, but they just broke.
But you will be using like shotguns, right? Like you better make damn sure it worked in like the first few lobs.
Yeah.
Again, the UMP from long range, I mean, Cyrus is having a great time. To be very fair to Freedom Cheese, WAG doesn't have the best economy either because these rounds have been pretty close.
Match point though for WAG to secure match number 1. One more round to bring this to a close. Kizo from up top. Krillin dangerously watching from the right hand side house there. On his left it's gonna be the one and only Napis with the AWM trying to spot out 2 players. One good nade is not gonna do much at all.
Yeah. Good attempt. Does spot out where Krillin is. The Ghost is gonna toss the ice grenade. An attempt to flush on Napis. Does lock him in the corner though, and that does allow the Ghost to get a bit more space. You can see Napis, he is out of there.
Quick in and out. Grabbing whatever grenades he can from the loot. Grenade out of nowhere. Does tag up Kizo. Fantastically played. Krillin now on for the push. He thinks he can finish off this player. And the backstab from Ace instead finds Cyrus. Can he find another one for himself? M1887 jumps in through the window. Has got his friend to back him up. Dolphin does find Napis, but that's not going to work at all. Dolphin, the final player, is a 1v3 and he gets snuffed out.
Oh, you love that bait and switch from Freedom Cheese. One guy gets tagged. He jumps back into the house. His friend comes out and WAG left wondering why does this guy have infinite health. They're actually fighting, boxing with 3 other people. All things considered, you look at WAG, they are strapped for cash.
Yeah, man.
Well, not strapped for cash, they are making bank.
Yeah,
they are rolling in cash.
Unlike on the opposite side, Freedom Cheese, who are not, broke.
By the way, Ace is carrying the entire game.
Oh, yeah.
He has 2 times more kills than everyone else combined on his team.
Yazid with a quick push this time round. It's not going to be the best of ideas if Cyrus decides to peek around that right-hand side. One grenade on the delivery. Cyrus sees that flying through the air, backs away. It's going to be an ice grenade delivered towards Kizo, and he just quickly breaks away. Tatsuya helping him out a tad bit here. Grenade cooked up. Yazid, can he find the connection? Glue wall pulled up in the perfect timing for Yazid.
Cyrus getting himself trapped as Napis swims on dry land. Trying to get himself into a cheeky angle, but gotta kind of speed things up a little bit. WAG, they're coming in for the pincer. Like Napis has to do something, or at least be ready to receive it. He's gonna just show himself. Not much time left for him to kind of wiggle around on the ground, unfortunately.
Thought he could get there a little bit faster. He discovered. Not really.
Yeah. There's only one constant speed for proning. Unfortunately, you can't crawl any faster. That's how
Napis
you
now.
know that they never attended national service, right? Because you are taught to crawl faster.
The backstab from Napis just fails a tad bit. Ghost knew he was coming. I believe the tag from Moko earlier on was still lingering. So Napis couldn't get that backstab to take him out of the equation. But Kizo though,
Ooh.
big fight. Can he jump down in the nick of time? Circle's gotta
Oh.
push him through, and Kizo gets that headshot.
That is the weakness of the AWM Force-Buy, right? You don't have a helmet. Those spread shots that hit your skull absolutely just crushes you. So lovely flank from Kizo. Freedom Cheese getting a free advantage right now. It should put them in a good spot. Yazid does end up losing to Krillin as Dolphin is losing health in the process. Freedom Cheese forced to come into this close quarter as Dolphin heals himself back up. Cyrus gets rushed. A good adjustment from Kizo as Krillin takes down Ace. The star player of Freedom Cheese on the ground is Kizo left with his own devices against Krillin and Dolphin.
Whoa.
Kizo cannot do it. Not enough at the end, and WAG squeezed by with the first set win. Bit of a stretch at the very end.
Yeah, man, Freedom Cheese, they were off to a great start. But like you said, the first 2 rounds don't really matter all that too much. You win the first one, you're most definitely going to squeeze your opponents on the second. That's exactly what Freedom Cheese did. But the third round onwards, with WAG had a little bit of resources, had a little bit of money to buy whatever they want. They circled around, and I think the eco round from Freedom Cheese, I believe in the 4th or 5th round, was decent as well. But they just could not overcome a all-out, full-blown gunfight.
Bit of a bitter ending to set 1, right? You have a basically a 4 versus 3 scenario and still couldn't close it out. Again, Ace, my personal MVP for Freedom Cheese after set number 1, just carrying the entire team on his back. And it's not to say that the rest of his team aren't performing, but they gotta step up a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Ace has been doing majority of the heavy work, and you can see the moment WAG takes him out, Freedom Cheese just lost so much of that firepower towards the end.
I absolutely agree with you, and if you look at the WAG side, all the players are pretty much on equal standing in terms of getting those kills for themselves, so the eliminations are all decent on their side. Everybody's going to be able to hold their own out there on the battlefield, be it your sniper or your rusher with the Tatsuya. It's not going to be an issue for them at all. So let's see exactly what Freedom Cheese has got in terms of a comeback for game number 2, because if they lose that one as well, out they go.
And on the ropes for MCPS, we have been here plenty of times.
Yeah.
But I would say that this is, you know, the last 2 times that we were in this position, we came pretty close, right? I mean, AV Radicals had a close first set with Evil's Divine. Farang had a close first set yesterday also against their opponents, but it's all about closing things out. And in this case, for Freedom Cheese, they were on their way. They were 1 round away from sudden death, just couldn't make it. So all the way to Nextera, I think they have some time to kind of rearrange the dynamics a little bit. What is Yazid and Kizo going to provide for the team? I mean, Kizo has some pretty sick flanks. Ace proven to be deadly in CQC. Now it's for both Yazid and Napis to step up.
It seems like the prep for the MCPS teams are not as great as I expected them to be. We still do have one more hope though, if things do not go the way of Freedom Cheese. Expand plays a little bit later on.
Yeah, they are going to be... I think a lot of eyes are going to be on Expand.
Of course.
Again, the best team right now in MCPS. That being said, it's still not going to be an easy ride for them. Also, so we will get to kind of keep our expectations for now, temper it a little bit. For Freedom Cheese, this could be their last 20-30 minutes playing in this tournament. WAG, they are 1 set away from advancing.
Yeah, with the way WAG was playing, and I think Krillin was the MVP for more than one reasons, right? His support with the grenade, especially with the A124's timing, getting close enough to disable the powers of his opponent, and it was that timing that was, you know, pretty much crucial in terms of WAG getting the one-up on them. The Orion from the side of Freedom Cheese just could not make its way through.
And I think we also saw towards the end Kizo was using Orion in a very aggressive manner, right?
Yeah.
Generally, you want to use that Orion as a get out of jail free card, right?
Correct,
You get your
yes.
health back, buy time for your team, and ideally, when you make those maneuvers, you're either getting away or you have someone else to back you up.
Yeah.
Kizo felt desperate. He used the Orion skill to run right in as his teammate got taken out, and that was kind of a done deal. You seal your fate by being in the fight at that point.
Yeah. Unlike what Moshi was doing with the Orion, but I think I like that sort of setup better. We see the Orion getting used in a very offensive manner. Moshi, on the other hand, he was just kind of holding back. He was the backup Orion just to make sure the team survived, just to hop on in there and play that game of distraction whilst the attack is executed from the back. it just wasn't the case this time around. The Orion on the side of Freedom Cheese was the main attacker, which I think has to be tweaked a little bit for Freedom Cheese if they want to get through this next game.
Yeah. His threat increased exponentially when there's support fire or when you are in a 1 versus 1 and you are seriously low on health, right? Orion just wins by pressing a single button.
Correct.
But heading into set 2, also, I want to see that Alvaro gone. I think you want to replace it with, I don't know, Andrew, Hayato, Kelly, just to name a few, right? Even J Beeps wouldn't be too bad because we've seen that them try to make Alvaro work. I just don't think it's worth it.
It's definitely not worth it. I mean, once again, it could work if there was a prioritization on the purchase of grenades, prioritization of just rushing to all of those airdrops, getting all of the grenades out of the box for themselves as well. But that just wasn't done. They were just way too scared to step up and face off against WAG instantly. And that's just going to be a pretty much nerfed side of Freedom Cheese for game number 1, which led to their defeat. As we set up game number 2, let's see if or not MCPS stands a chance.
Oh, we've definitely proved that we stood a chance. But it's more of like, we can't finish the job, right? I still have some faith in our boys. We have already lost 2 of our best, alright? We lost AV Radicals yesterday. We lost Farang. I think Freedom Cheese is kind of like the outlier in MCPS. That being said,
if Cheese actually gets through, I'm going to be shocked.
like I said, the bar is pretty low this time. At this moment, you look at the matchup coming up next for MCPS. It's Expand against Bigotron Delta. That is not going to get any easier compared to this, right? I feel like this is probably the easiest matchup in a way. You look at yesterday, we had to fight Evo's Divine. That was not easy at all.
No, I think the Expand match is going to be easy. Mainly because Bigotron Delta is like it's a prime team from Division 2.
Yeah, right.
It's not a Division 1 kind of squad.
That I can agree. But again, you know, until it happens, you always have the benefit of doubt. Well, what if Indonesia has a region, right?
Yeah, man. Yeah. And I know, kind of seen the bets on Expand, kind of.
We've been down that road plenty of times.
Yeah, unfortunately. Hopefully, it's a little bit of a different case this time round. Of course, MCPS will be looking for a representative since the Philippines wasn't really able to show off all that too much yesterday. Like you said, quite a lot of hope on AV Radicals.
They had a good set 1, but set 2 they got steamrolled. That was kind of a heartbreaking way to lose. Set 2 for this one though, I think Freedom Rumble, if there's one thing that they've shown us is that they have very good understanding on how to play these pistol fights. But you have Napis, who is playing very far back as the rest of it. They're going to take the teleporter.
I think this is a very smart play coming through from plays of Freedom Cheese, but Dolphin with a grenade out of nowhere. Ace gets dropped as well with a headshot. And WAG just playing with those high grounds and enables them to spot out the players a little bit earlier. It's just way too easy. Napis just gets sliced down by Cyrus as well. Yazid's going to be the final player. How much longer can he survive? That Orion saves the life of Dolphin, and that's pretty much it. Easy round for WAG.
Very, very good read. That nade. In these pistol rounds, nades are surprisingly very deadly. And WAG, they just got the initial drop. Nothing much that Freedom Cheese could do. We see the quadruple mini Uzi. Okay. On Freedom Cheese, WAG has 3 of it and a charge buster. All right.
It's the mini Uzi battle. Let's go.
So we saw the what do they call it? The UMP, the mini Uzi, the LMG, the Bison. Mini Uzi is going to be interesting. It's all about the fire rate. The charge buster from Cyrus actually gets himself an initial tag. Yazid brought back up. Kizo instantly pops the Orion as he was far away from his enemies. But I guess the mini Uzi is pretty darn good.
It's really good. A great force buy from Freedom Cheese. Mini Uzi for the victory. Like you said, it was the charge buster initially that kind of dealt the damage, but couldn't really sustain after that. Yet another mini Uzi round.
You get to completely crush, well, not really crush the economy of WAG, but you do put them in a rougher spot, right? You look at the amount of armor and helmet. Freedom Cheese definitely is a bit more durable in terms of having the defense.
Yeah.
That being said, mini Uzi, if you somehow get more than half a clip on someone, you still bring them down. You still shred through all that armor.
Oh yeah, rate of fire out of that SMG is just insane. But Kizo now on that low ground. Cyrus, WAG as a whole, once again, overtaking that higher ground. And a quick headshot as well as a grenade from the side of Freedom Cheese instantly takes down 2 players. Dolphin picked right back up. but Krillin has been expanded. WAG needs to find a way to keep Cyrus back. Kizo, Orion finds the access through, and just with his skill alone knocks down his opponent.
This is how you use it. Go through glue walls. Doesn't really matter if the enemy is hiding behind a structure. You still get to kind of siphon his life. And the Ghost, he only has both his starter pistols. Can't do too much against those Mini Uzi. Again, 2 clean rounds in a row for Freedom Cheese.
This is going the way of MCPS for sure, but the first seed of Vietnam is not gonna take this easy. Once again, first seed of Vietnam,
that's a crazy thing to hear, right?
Thing,
Again, last appearance on a regional stage was 2019 for this squad. This is why I would say that I feel very sad that Heavy is here again.
They tried.
They tried.
I don't
Which
know
shows that Vietnam is also pretty competitive.
Yes,
Yeah,
very.
they are evolving.
Still unfortunate that we can't see Heavy here, but it's gonna be heavy gunfights from both sides. Kizo gets tagged up a tad bit. He wants to re-deliver the grenade and respond with a little bit of aggression. Yazid gets tagged up with the charge buster. He backs away, but Nafis gets dropped. Cyrus with a perfect nade drop.
Yeah, they're fighting outside of Graph Lab. Definitely prefer this a bit more. You get to control the variables better. Napis is going to get sprayed down also, unfortunately. So both teams left with 3 members as WAG goes in for the flank. Freedom Cheese caught him reading this though. Kizo has a chance to land a great nade. And WAG, they decide to back off.
Setup here. Cyrus, very brave, goes out for the tag, but goes from the other side with a support fire. Yazid gets knocked down, but not going to be possible for them to pick him right back up. As I say that, he does get brought back up onto his feet. Quick revival behind the glue walls. Didn't really recover that quick. It's going to be the Orion now, right behind him. But what a 180! The Ghost is too good on the AWMs.
Yeah, Charge Buster against the AWM, you just lose in terms of range. So Freedom Cheese, they try to get WAG, up in their faces, but WAG kind of figured it out and decided that, they're just going to keep Freedom Cheese at an arm's length. And Freedom Cheese still going back for the double Charge Buster. Kizo on the Mini Uzi, Napis on the AWM. WAG, they're going to do the same. I am very surprised that these teams really love those one-pump shots.
This time around, it's a little bit of a more equal gunfight or power from the side of Freedom Cheese. Ace is not really hard carrying the squad. Everybody else has stepped up. Napis, long flank, but a little bit too far from all of this action. Ace needs 2. Won't be able to find one, instantly traded out, but will Cyrus manage to pick up his team member as well? Yazid comes to make sure that does not happen. Goes taken down. Kizo on the other side. It's going to be Yazid really popping off, but Cyrus finds Napis. And Krillin goes down as well. It's a 2v2. All still fair and dandy. Yazid and Kizo with less than half their HP left here. And Cyrus erects a glue wall. Has to back away so that he can recover as well.
And there's a Tatsuya, so it means that there's no more Orion for WAG. Cyrus up against at least 3 members of Freedom Cheese. The Mini Uzi from Kizo actually working out pretty well, right? The moment the Charge Buster misses, you just unload a full magazine. So this is going to 100% be a Freedom Cheese round. It's going to make it as clean as possible. Ace is 3 shots in a row. Lovely stuff from Freedom Cheese.
Absolutely, and you love the fact that he was playing with the Charge Buster, so the timing of ducking back and forth between the wall, gotta love that. Mechanical skills pretty much being showed off here by Freedom Cheese. 3-2, but you cannot figure out exactly how this is gonna go just yet. The first seed from Vietnam just have a way of clutching things out by the time we get to the end.
WAG force buying all these SMGs as well, right? It's either the Mini Uzi or the UMP. They have a huge reliance on the Ghost landing his AWM shots, but so far in this set, he has not been able to replicate the same success. Good smoke grenade to allow them to cross though. This could catch Freedom Cheese off guard.
And as you say that, man, Ghost finds ahead finally after struggling a little bit. No surprises here because it is Nexera at the end of the day. Kizo trying to tag up both the players, finds only one, cannot really get the finisher just yet. Ace with the Pro finds a quick recovery, sets up the campfire as well so that he can top his health right back up. Cyrus with the grenade through the smoke finds nothing. Beautiful push in, but it is all smoked out. The guy is absolutely blind.
Yeah, this is basically kind of a blind spray at this point. Somehow WAG was not able to get a single hit. Unfortunate for Cyrus as the smoke clears and the dust settles. Blue Wall's gonna start going down. Kizo forced to use that Orion's ability. Gonna get himself out of danger. WAG in their face, but look at Krillin's health. He is basically in the red, desperately looking for support, and the Ghost delivers. Kizo gets dropped.
Ghost continuously delivers, but just with the initial knocks, nothing's converting into a kill just yet. Dolphin will be able to find Kizo, followed up by Krillin. There's one great right back, but Yazid as the final survivor. Can he circle around? It's the exact same situation. Freedom Cheese left WAG in earlier on. Yazid with a clutch. Not gonna find it against Orion.
Yeah, you run into an Orion, that round basically just gets concluded in an instant. But this one, so much closer. WAG tying it up. As we go to Rust Town and look at the money for Freedom Cheese, not too shabby. They still are on equal footing. Across WAG will be able to afford better defenses, a tad more utility. Double AWS this time. As the Cyrus and Dolphin still decides to stick to those close range. But I mean, with a level 3 UMP, you know, you upgrade your guns, so you still get to start pumping out. This is a tad bit more damage in these close range fights.
Kizo preferring the glue wall and grenade over a helmet. Let's hope he doesn't get shot in the head instantly. He does get tagged up a bit. But nothing much to worry about. Krillin, on the other hand, will be able to circle around. Yazid, they all know exactly where to expect the firepower from. And Yazid tries to find the position. Charge Buster range not going to be all that too great just yet. Grenade charged up. He's cooking it perfectly. Cyrus sees it flying towards.
And he's a Tatsuya, right? So he's not going to be too worried about these grenades. In fact, what is the next move for Freedom Cheese? Because they are running into an absolute fortress set up by WAG, and that's going to be taken down from the get-go. I feel like Freedom Cheese didn't really think it through with this planning, and no way to continue the push, and now WAG are just going to start steamrolling the rest of Freedom Cheese. Crit finds Yazid. Napis also gets dropped. Kizo left to his own devices. This is going to be an easy round for WAG.
Dolphin doesn't spot him out just yet. Kizo has got the information. Saw Dolphin dropping right in front of him. And finds Krillin. Can he take him out? Beautiful use of the Orion. Backs away through the glue wall. Cyrus right in front of him, but steps in front of two players. That's not going to work out.
Yeah, 2 clean rounds for WAG. And our Freedom Cheese are going to suffer a little bit in terms of that economy. WAG gets to continuously build up their resources. They're upgrading those weapons. They're getting more glue walls. You look at the amount of glue walls between these two teams. WAG just has a lot more room to wriggle with.
I love the fact that we're playing at Grav Labs again. Just like to see these players jumping up with like no gravity to hold them down whatsoever. Yeah, and then they get shot down by an AWM.
It does get very, very fun, very intense. First time that they play here, they were fighting outside right there by 500 damage. Look at that. Just destroys his helmet in an instant.
Oh, nade! Can he take him out? Not at all. Napis does manage to survive that. Krillin comes in for the push though. Flying in the air. That just disturbs his aim with the charge buster a tad bit. Yazid circles around. Dolphin does put him on the ground. Yazid goes down as well. This is just turning south for the team of Freedom Cheese instantly. And Ace as the final player needs to find a beautiful play, but only one player found. And once again, WAG on the match point, just like that.
Yeah, crazy aggression, but you gotta really appreciate these AWM shots. You saw the amount of damage, 500, right? No, that's 2 players worth of health. 2.5, in fact. WAG, they are in such a good spot right now. You look at what Freedom Cheese has. Not too much. 4 Charge Buster and an AWM. Everything rests on their defenses. They've invested heavily into the armor and helmet. They've invested heavily into the utilities. But how are you going to get close to WAG? That's going to be the question.
4 grenades to be used on the side of WAG, 3 on the side of Freedom Cheese. They're going to hold back and use the teleporter to get a little bit closer to Krillin. Look at him emoting. Hopefully he doesn't pay a high price for that one. Yazid does get tagged up a tad bit at Krillin.
What?
Puts Ace down, a beautiful headshot, and the backstab is just perfect with this charge buster. Boy, Orion will manage to get him away for a tad bit.
He went to the portal.
Straight through the portal. Krillin goes in for the chase. Can he find him though?
Yeah, Kizo trying to play cat and mouse by using the portal, but as the rest of his team gets slaughtered by WAG, I think fun time needs to end. And indeed, it will be forced to end by WAG. Yazid to no chance, and WAG. Last time we saw them was 4 years ago, but here they are advancing to the next stage of our Clash Squad SEA Cup, knocking out Freedom Cheese in a 2-0 fashion.
And that's a 0-3 for MCPS.
We are getting
we are getting steamrolled
we
out
are
here.
getting destroyed.
Absolutely, man. Of course, the final hope for MCPS is still with Expand a little bit later on as they take on the Indonesians in the name of Bigatron Delta. This next matchup that we've got for you guys is the God of Wolf taking on Nigma Galaxy. That's going to be a fun one, Husky.
Oh, that is going to be a pretty sweaty one. Nigma Galaxy, we didn't see them in FFSI, right? It was a team that also finished last year's FFWS in third place. Went on this into 2023 and just couldn't replicate the same success, even though they kept the same roster. This, again, even though it's not a Battle Royale mode, but it's good to see the boys back.
Absolutely. Love to see them back. Want to see a little bit more from them as well, and we most definitely will get exactly that. But as this match concludes, Freedom Cheese did try. They had a couple of opportunities, but outplayed, outclassed, especially by the snipes out of Ghost. I believe after round number 1, round 2, he wasn't doing all that too great, but he stepped it up.
Yeah, came alive when his team needed him the most. Although I would say WAG, you have to love the variation that they brought into this second set, right? The push and pull that they employ to control Freedom Cheese off their tempo. You see, round 4, WAG took it slow. Round 7, they sped it up so fast that Freedom Cheese was not prepared at all. So you gotta love these amount of different tactics by WAG. But at the end, again, the gunfights just did not favor Freedom Cheese at all. MVP for this match is gonna be Krillin. 11 eliminations with the A124, and he has just been massive in these 1v1s.
And I just really didn't get the strategy out of Freedom Cheese as well, and I think that was a fundamental reason why they kept losing this. You see one player kind of just holding back within the base. I think the strategy should have been that one guy flanking from the other side of the map instead of holding back, because your view is going to be obstructed. You're not going to be able to get there in time to save the rest of your team members. I'm not so sure exactly what the ideation was there for Freedom Cheese, but clearly whatever it was, it just didn't work out.
Yeah, and we also found out that playing between the teleporters to buy time isn't actually the best thing, because the rest of your team would be getting rolled over. But you look at the scores, to be fair to Freedom Cheese, it is pretty close, right? 4 and 6 in the first set, 3-6 in set number 2. They gave WAG a run for their money.
Yeah, numbers-wise, it looks pretty close, but with the strategy executed by WAG out there, there's a clear difference between the two teams. And at the end of the day, it is a 2-0. Freedom Cheese could not push them into a game number 3 at the very least. But that's about it. MCPS has been nerfed for quite a long time now. We haven't been able to match up against some of these other servers, other regions, as best as, of course, these players and these teams want to. But that kind of shows exactly what they need to focus on. They need to go back to the drawing board. They need to practice a tad bit more.
Yeah, and the craziest part is that coming up, we only get the best out of everything, right? God of Wolf and Bigatron Delta are the two teams that we haven't seen for a long time. But when you look at NGX, PE Sports, Expand E-Arena, we just saw them less than 2 months ago on the regional stage. And 2 of them are going to be facing up against each other. E-Arena against PE Sports in our 3rd series. Oh, that one is going to be a banger for sure.
I absolutely agree, right? I think I cannot wait for series number 3, PE Sports going up against E-Arena. We kind of know how that match is going to go already, because E-Arena is on top flight mode right now. And there was one point in time where we were discussing what in the world happened to this team. They kind of fell off the face of earth. They weren't really delivering out there on the battlefield.
Yeah.
But at FFSI, they proved exactly what they were.
And remember, this was a team before the grand finals of FFSI, we had doubts, right? We were like, all right, so they're doing not too bad.
Yeah.
But you see kind of the cracks showing.
You do, yeah.
Grand finals, 3 days of grand finals, they had 1 day of good performance and they won the whole thing basing it off of day 1.
Correct.
Which is crazy because they bomb out 2 days in a row and they still won the whole thing. So E-Arena at their best is unstoppable.
They could have done a little bit better on day 2 and 3, but it was more of that strategy that kind of held them back, right? Because they already knew as long as we can just get average points moving forward, we are going to be the champions.
Yeah.
And who wants to squander that big prize pool that they had at FFSI? Nobody would want to do that.
Yeah, we're going to go for a short break and we'll be coming back for more action. 11.
No, like 60606. Enigma Galaxy.
See that about 4th to the today. 165.
Triple kill.
Welcome back to the Free Fire Clash Squad SEA Cup, the first of its kind as we look forward to celebrate the 6th anniversary of Free Fire.
Oh, yeah.
You're here with us, my name is Husky, and with me is again as always, the Mustachio AJ. We have another great series coming up. This time it's going to be God of Wolf taking center stage up against Enigma Galaxy.
I don't know how great it's gonna be because I think Enigma Galaxy has been at the top for quite a bit and then they kind of flattened out. This is their redemption. Dude, I'd say redemption arc for me for every
We have
single one
many
of these
redemption
matches.
arcs.
And I think Enigma Galaxy, this is their time to shine. And no better team to do it other than God of Wolf, who are good, but I don't think they're going to be able to match up and really push the team of Enigma Galaxy all the way to the game 3. But they might be able to keep the scores up.
I think the good thing about this tournament is also you get to see some of the tier 2 talents, right?
Yeah.
Because to squeeze into the tier 1 club for Battle Royale
Yes.
isn't the easiest things to do. You most likely see the same faces. But
Yeah.
for Clash Squad, some of the top teams even struggle to make it, right? I think
Yeah.
Heavy, again, is a very good example of you're good in Battle Royale, but when it comes to CQC, can you be consistent? Enigma Galaxy, on the other hand, fabled for their CQCs.
Absolutely correct, and I think it takes out one of the greatest challenge from the Battle Royales, which is the absolute random RNG weapons that you find out there in your looting process. And of course, not a lot of teams would go through the exact same scenario. Some of them go through grueling battles, unable to collect a lot. They have to go through the revival system, get back in with barely anything on them, try to take a fight. But this time, it's all squared up from the get-go. You get to choose exactly what you want to purchase,
Yeah.
which is a little bit of a game changer. But that also depends, because not everybody makes the right choices sometimes.
You get to dictate how you want it to play out, right?
Yeah.
This one, you have control of your fate. You don't have to worry about kind of like a random third party
Yeah.
shooting you in the head while you are fighting. That is always the most annoying part when you play Battle Royale. Just you have a good run and suddenly someone comes and ruins it for
Yeah,
you.
in the heat of the moment, and then for all you know, you're winning that matchup, and then you're going to get knocked out of the competition, right?
Yeah.
And we've kind of seen this kind of matchups on Battle Royales as well, where teams that you don't really expect to win out a 4v4 gunfight sometimes do have the upper hand in some of these situations. And, this is something that they have to create within the Clash Squad in itself. And I think we saw a great example yesterday. As soon as the match starts, especially with the teams that do have clue on their side, with the very early information, you get to know exactly where your opponents are going to be, to position yourselves, but it's just not happening for me today.
We haven't seen a clue, I believe,
Yeah.
right, so far. Again, only team that used it, Kazu, knocked out yesterday. But coming up, God of Wolf against Enigma Galaxy. If anyone just tuned in, you just remember that these scores represent Clash Squad scores. We're not playing Battle Royale, none of the traditional 12 teams in the lobby. This is just a 4v4 mano or mano. Who is better in close quarter combat? You can see DJ Arlock back in the loadout. Again, no clue, but the rest pretty much the same.
Absolutely, man. You've got 4 Kellys being run here, no surprises with that at all. It's not the Awakened Kelly, it's the regular form, so you are going to get that boost in terms of sprint speed. You've got 4 Andrews being run at the very same time from the side of God of Wolf. So I'm really liking this setup here, especially with Tatsuya being on Izagon. We've seen him play once, a couple of times already, Dian as well. I'm feeling good about this setup.
So God of Wolf, I believe I just saw Izagon. That guy was from Ego Esports previously,
Correct,
so lovely to see him here. But Enigma Galaxy, on the other hand, they have to awaken Arlock. First time we're going to be seeing it.
Oh, yeah.
But for the rest of the roster, Few God, Duo, Caramel, and Stop. I believe Stop is probably the newer name in the roster. overall, Nigma Galaxy, one of the best teams in CQC. We saw them on their world stage in Bangkok last year. Oh, they were tearing up the storm. No one could fight them in a close quarter combat situation.
I like seeing Luna there as well with a fight of flight to get the increased rate of fire. And if that's not going to be exactly what you want, your rate of fire gets converted into movement speed. So you've got a little bit of a balance between Kelly as well as who gives you increased rate of fire. Doesn't matter. But increased rate of fire or extra speed and running away from your opponents, I'm liking either way.
Yeah, me too. I think Nigma Galaxy, if there's one guy you need to kind of look out for, it's going to be Caramel, right? I believe this man has been a menace every time you see him in the battlefield. But of course, it's good to see that for God of Wolf, we don't hear about this team often. I believe it's created by one of the Vietnam streamers that we have in the scene for Free Fire. But God, this guy has made a name for himself in FFSI for his individual performance.
Yeah. And I don't know if or not this is going to be a chemistry issue with the team of God of Wolf, but hopefully it's not going to be. On the other side, when you look at Nigma Galaxy, these boys have been building up this chemistry for quite a while now. Really excited to see exactly what Izagod and Liat can do together.
Yeah, these two probably the more familiar names overall. So God of Wolf, they have a lot to prove against kind of the powerhouses of Nigma Galaxy. And I am looking forward to see what the Awaken Arlok could do in this setup. We've seen the base one, but the Awaken one, it's been a long time coming.
Absolutely, right? We were teased with the release of the Awaken Arlok during FFSI. And now we get to see him in action as well as we prep for round number 1 between God of Wolf. They take on Nigma Galaxy, the second seed of Vietnam, taking on the second seed of Thailand. Based on that, you think it's going to be an equal matchup? I don't think it is.
Second seed of Clash Squad, just to clear it up. Okay? Again, Nigma Galaxy, if you put them in a CQC situation, they have proven time and time again that they are just really good at it. Just when you look at them from a battle royale perspective, they do get affected by all the other variables. Now you get to see Nigma Galaxy basically in the environment. Look at Stop, he is so far ahead.
My goodness. He wants to pull the flank just like Izagod. We'll find Wally first. Wally's going to be holding the backlines for a tad bit as Caramel joins the push alongside Stop. Wally's going to get caught out. He's trying to run for his dear life. Can he get away in time though? Yes, he does. Stop's just a little bit too slow to circle on around. The grenade is going to try to stop him. No pun intended there. But doesn't get popped just yet.
Stop is very close to Volley. They are breathing beside each other. Separated by the container walls, in fact. Nigma Galaxy, they have decent info to work with, but they are just being really patient. Izagod completely missing out Phil. You love the trigger discipline from Phil and Izagod. Yeah, he can win this. Tries to run away with a Tatsuya dash. Gets knocked down anyways. Stop will get traded in the meantime as Dew runs into Volley, and Volley with that one with a lovely headshot. Turns around, but it's going to be stopped, and Fugod that puts in the final blow, and Nigma Galaxy with a fast pistol.
And that's exactly why I would prefer to have Clue on my side, who gives you so much of information for such a prolonged amount of time. I think, what, 30 seconds? Yeah, Dreki is going to be useful. I believe one of the players from the side of Nigma Galaxy did bring in a Dreki. But that's only if your opponents are using the medkits, which is pretty much, towards the later parts of the matchup. And if they're using the medkit, you probably shot them already. You know where they are. That wouldn't have happened to Nigma Galaxy if they had that pre-hand information. So they are trying to prioritize the gunfight and the powers of their shots as well as their movement speed instead of information. Not going their way at the moment.
I believe yesterday we also saw a couple of Arvons.
Yes. Yes.
I think in this in this matchup, it's probably no Arvons as far as I remember. So, in that sense, I think Clue does make a very good replacement overall. Nigma Galaxy, they're gonna be playing from long range. 3 AC-80s and a UM and an SMG, compared to GOW only has one of their rifle and 3 sets of double revolvers.
The problem is with some of these teams, they're trying to set up a 4-man firepower squad, right? And I don't think that's the best setup for a Clash squad. You need to have a support player who sacrifices a little bit of firepower for the game of information. And that's potentially, a smart play if you've got your sniper kind of holding the back lines, not getting too involved in the gunfight at the front lines, but getting purely the information from the squad.
And one of the challenges for GOW is also how are you going to even enter factory, right? Yes. You are not going to win in range unless Izagod gets some crazy snipes. Double revolvers is not the best weapons unless you are a Vietnam team, which coincidentally GOW is. The region loves the double revolver. Early dash coming in from Nigma Galaxy. You can see the health bars of GOW slowly getting melted away. Great shot from Stop and Caramel, getting 2 knocks.
Amazing stuff out of Nigma Galaxy, and Fieldgod's gonna find one, but the Orion is the perfect distraction, and GOW gets knocked out. Nigma Galaxy 2-0 up now.
So annoying if you are dealing with an Orion. It does allow you to play a bit sacrificial because you essentially have a free invulnerability card. So
And the fact that you can come out of that form anytime makes Orion so much more painful to deal with, because you never know exactly when he's being used as a distraction or when he's just setting himself up to take a good shot against you.
Especially when you just have like shotguns, right, or charge busters.
Oh,
These
yeah.
close range weapons make him so much more deadly.
At this point, I don't know what is a close range weapon anymore in Free Fire, because even the AWM close range with Orion kind of rips through the opponent.
Yeah, for somehow, right? In fact, if you look at damage dealt per second, I would take AWM any day.
Amen. Amen. And if you got quick fingers, you most definitely want to bring your Orion in with that AWM. Volley's going to have a decent spot on Dew here, but Dew does not make the mistake of stepping out of his compound just yet. Plays the angles really well. Lee Kwang, on the other hand. Once again, this is my problem with the players trying to find the information just purely with spotting their players visually and not with any one of those active skills.
I wonder if GOW knows where Dew is, because he's holding a very strong spot on the side.
Yeah.
They had a grenade ready, but decided against tossing it for now. I think Nigma Galaxy knows that they're not in a rush, right? GOW have to run into them. This is why Nigma Galaxy, they're spending so much time getting themselves into better positions. FueGod and Stop, I believe they might have saw Isagod, and Stop just sprays him down. FueGod, what a transfer with that AC-80, and that is 2 free knocks. Volley gets absolutely cleaved in half by Dew. Lee Kwang is the last man alive, only finding Stop to start it up. Double for him. No secure just yet, he's losing health. Lee Kwang almost clutches it out, but Caramel stops him right at the end. Nigma Galaxy with 3 double revolvers.
As anticipated, Nigma Galaxy is just steamrolling GOW at this point. And I have to say, something needs to change for the setup of GOW.
It has been clean so far, right? Look at the KDs. GOW have not gotten a single kill.
Oh my god, that's just such a mismatch of opponents for GOW. Nigma Galaxy is not gonna have a problem with this whatsoever. And that's just insane to think 3 rounds in, not a single player on the side of GOW has gotten a kill.
Yeah. Second seed, by the way. It's not even the first seed of Thailand, right? Nigma Galaxy is just the second.
Nigma Galaxy surely knows how to play a good gunfight. And I think this is one of their strongest suits.
Oh, yes.
What does play against them is the RNG as well. The rotations usually does go ahead to bite Nigma Galaxy in the butt. FueGod with a great blue wall erected. Volley not be able to put him down just yet. FueGod, quick recovery, grenade, doesn't even tag him up. Just behind the lorry.
Missed opportunity. That could have been huge for GOW, but Volley is going to have FueGod pinned down. So you have this isolated fight on the side, while the rest of NGX start feeling a bit of that pressure from GOW. Volley actually losing a big chunk of his health. FueGod wins the fight, and now there's bad news for GOW. They have lost their support player, Isagod, getting naded by Stop. Nigma Galaxy again just looking to absolutely bowl right through GOW. And Dew, he's even looking for a cheeky melee kill. And FueGod was like, right, stop playing, we need this round. And Nigma Galaxy are up 4-0, still with a clean KD for every one of their members.
And GOW is still struggling without a single elimination to their side. Dude, this is just turning from bad to worse for the side of GOW. At this point, I don't know what they have to do to get a victory here. Perhaps just hold the back lines, but it's annoyingly enough Clash Squad.
But just look at the amount of glue walls NGX has. 21 glue walls.
I mean, they're stacked in cash, right? Why not? Why in the world not? Just go out there and buy every single utility that you want and can. You can see there's no prioritization on the smokes at all. I understand why. It really does blur out your own vision at the very same time, which gives your opponent sometimes a good room to maneuver around you. But the grenades, the prioritization of the lethals is a really smart one from the side of Nigma Galaxy. So if GOW does go ahead and hide behind some of this cover, it's not going to be a problem for Nigma Galaxy to catch them.
Dian actually decided against lobbing that nade. Might have been able to damage Caramel actually, as Caramel was hiding in the building. So either way, GOW will keep at least 3 of that. They stop. What a flank! completely catching Volley off guard, and he needs help right now, but Stop is not going to give them any chance. Deanna also ends up getting dropped. Nigma Galaxy just tearing GOW apart. One by one, they fall. Izago and Dequan, the last 3 men alive. Geo is going to be there. Caramel receiving support. And Nigma Galaxy are just having fun at this point. Welcome to the practice range, they say. As Nigma Galaxy will get 5 in a row.
Who was the one with the Awakened Alok earlier? Was it?
I believe it was Stop.
Yeah, it was Stop, Nigma Galaxy. So I think this is a really smart setup by him because, you know, usually Alok, you have the, you know, all of his beats to perhaps help you out. Awaken Alok drops a couple of notes behind you for 2 seconds. If your team members kind of keep that line really close to you and they pick up those notes, whatever buff the guy gets is shared with his team members as well. So this is a really good setup by Nigma Galaxy that I haven't really seen abused by anyone else out here on Clash Squad. And we all know exactly how that HP buff really helps you survive a little bit longer.
Oh yeah.
I think the one thing that can, of course, undo the Awaken Alok is flurries of grenades thrown towards him.
This is split them apart. Actually, he has been found
Wow.
out. The penetration of the AWM just not giving Izagot a break. Fugot, he is going to just chase after his prey. I mean, look at the health bar of GOW. They were not able to retaliate. Anyway, Caramel just running straight into the battlefield, losing majority of his health, but still somehow keeping alive. Now he's going to keep himself in the fight for as long as possible. The Lake of Dequan exposed, and Dew taking pot shots at him. This is almost certainly a done deal. Volley, last man alive. Nigma Galaxy wondering where is the last prey as that glue wall will reveal position of Volley. Fugot closes it out. Nigma Galaxy 6-0 in the first set. 0 deaths. 0 AJ.
I expected it, but I didn't expect this. I expected a 6-0. I did not expect none of the players from the side of GOW to walk away with 0 eliminations to their name.
Yeah.
And in fact, nobody got a kill.
0.
Literally 0 on the scoreline.
This is a demolition.
0 on every single note.
I mean, NGX embarrassing GOW in this first set, but what a way to do it, right? They're doing the NGX special.
Yeah.
Just run at their opponents, wipe them out, and call it a day.
Marshall's telling him, show me your phone. Show me your phone. How did you get that shot? Show me. These guys are too good, man.
You were supposed to die at least once, and what is happening?
Mechanical skill supremacy from the side of Nigma Galaxy. And I think we should have like a default victory walkover. We don't even need game number 2 if this is the kind of scoreline we're going to get.
If you win 6-0 and the enemy didn't get a single kill, you just win the series, right? You get a bye by performing way too good.
This has been the fastest match in Clash Squad C Cup thus far.
Yeah, it's a clear skill gap.
Oh my lord.
No disrespect to GOW,
Of
but
course, yeah.
Nigma Galaxy just performed out of their minds in this first set.
Maybe they should have changed their name from God of Wolf to God of War. Maybe they'll be able to fight a little bit better.
Yeah,
I don't
Kratos
know.
will be knocking on their doors with a lawsuit. So not really what you want to deal with, right?
Nah,
I would rather take Nigma Galaxy on than
And this wasn't a strategy issue for the side of GOW. It was just mainly a fact that they have been overwhelmed round after round after round by Nigma Galaxy.
and this was the closest round for GOW.
Yeah.
I say closest, but
And they got knocks, by the way. Not a single elimination. No conversion coming on through. And you have to really respect what Nigma Galaxy can do in terms of rotating around and picking up their team members even when they do have a good upper hand over the opponent.
and then you had Dew trying to pull this off, trying to get those melee kills.
Yeah. And it's very important in Clash Squad to focus on picking up your team members as well because it's a game of numbers at the end of the day.
Yeah, and you know, it's because you don't have much space to work with. Most of the times, people just prioritize in wiping you out.
Yeah.
Because there's no revival system, right? If I wipe you out, I get a man advantage.
And once again, you can see the Awaken Alok kind of playing its role, and it is going to be Stop who gets the MVP as well. The guy is not a lot on the damage, but is super, super good when it comes to the eliminations. 44% on the headshot rate, favorite weapon, the Groza. I mean, obviously, the Drek is going to be super useful in the hands of Stop because he's continuously just tagging up the players. They go ahead and use that medkit. It's such a small compound. They're going to be revealed. Everybody gets to just take the jump on them. And you see how they abuse that Awaken Alok. They just keep this tight grouping all around.
Yeah.
And that's one of the main contributing factors as to how they get to pick up each other from the ground whenever they do get dropped.
And I was about to point that out, right? I'm glad you brought it out up. I think Draki is one of the few pets in Clash Squad that really fits the playstyle of a team such as Nigma Galaxy that wants to constantly fight you. They don't want to let you breathe, so if you try to heal, you give them the green light to run at you.
Yeah,
it's such a tough spot to be in.
I think you have a great point there. The fact that not only does it reveal the position, but it also reveals the vulnerability of that particular player, because he's not going to be able to respond in that nick of time. And you know that he is desperately trying to top his health right back up, opens up the ambush, and this team just swoops on in. Nigma Galaxy is just so fast at eliminating this team.
Yeah, this was the Nigma Galaxy we saw in Bangkok, right?
Yeah.
Where at one point, they were almost the champions. They were so good at doing these and making these fights happen that you really felt like, well, EVOS Phoenix was sweating at one point as well, right? They were taking down Kane, they were destroying Matchday Esports, the one from Brazil. They were demolishing AV Radicals. No one stood a chance against NGX. Correct. Their downfall was definitely more towards the macro.
Yeah, absolutely. That I have to agree, right? And once again, at FFWS, it was the rotations around that kept getting them caught off guard. It was the gods of RNG just not on the side of Nigma Galaxy back then, because it's not that they were coming across one team, they kept coming across team after team after team, depleted in resources, they couldn't take the gunfight. And I think they're taking the extreme revenge here. They are stacked in terms of resources against GOW.
They were, I mean, they missed out a trophy by one round, right? It just so happened to be the last round. You put that aside, NGS could have very well been our champions, our most recent World Series champion. But maybe they could be one in the Clash Squad C Cup, right? Maybe they have the best chance at becoming that.
Well, Buriram XEVOS is still in the play, and you know, as good as they are, they might have to overcome the hurdle of Buriram a little bit later on.
You know what? Thankfully, they're in the second bracket, so let's say even if they win, they won't be facing off against powerhouses like E-Arena yet, right? Thanks to the bracket distribution. So I do want to see them take on a team like E-Arena. E-Arena of Buriram X EVOS, because these are the top CQC teams, of course from the same region, but no team has been as aggressive as NGX, if it makes sense, right? You look at Buriram X EVOS, aggressive but very tactical. E-Arena, they are very utility focused. NGX on the other hand, I take gun, I shoot, I kill, I win. So you look at NGX, if you cannot stifle that bloodlust that all these four players have, you are in for a world of hurt.
Absolutely, and of course, Caramel running the Thiva makes so much of sense because the speed of pickup from Thiva increases by 30%, and it's just Nigma Galaxy has figured out the solution in terms of a character setup, in terms of active as well as passive skill. This is a really good balance because it's not just about the aggression. And I think this was the point that we were touching on in the previous matchup, where all of the teams are just focusing on extra bit of damage, extra bit of speed. They're not thinking about the defense all that too much at all.
So what gives you the best type of advantage, right? Is it having the most damage, the most defense, or a good mix of both, right? Knowing where your opponents are, knowing when is the best time to kind of shoot your shot. I think that's what makes Nigma Galaxy so deadly in the first round. GOW left scratching their head. They're like, what the hell happened?
Yeah, because without Clue, you gotta kind of depend on Dreki. And using Nigma Galaxy's just, you know, extremely aggressive form of gunfights out there, immediately tagging people, even if they're down by HP by a little bit, they are going to be topping up their health. So instant revelation of all of their positions. I think this is just a GGWP. GOW, they need to bring in a different setup of active skills, potentially to counter exactly what GOW has. And mainly, Clue is going to help. And I keep saying this because you need to know exactly where your opponents are. You might not be able to take them on with a head-to-head gunfight, but at least with the information, you know how to prioritize the positioning of your own players.
I think another thing that we probably need to look at is, can GOW not prevent Nigma Galaxy from taking up too much space? That's one of the things that they struggle with, right? NGX, they start around and they cut off half the map, and you're like, well, I don't have a vantage point. I can't fight this. I'm getting flanked. What can I do in these situations? So the GOW, you've got to be able to take some space away from NGX and just don't let them dictate how the fight's going to go. I wish that we could hear the conversation on what's happening behind the scenes for GOW, because you can clearly see that they felt a bit lost going into the second set. We're going to be going into this era a lot more than CQC will inevitably cement. If there's anything we learned in set 1, is that there's a huge chance we end 2-0 in the series with GOW not getting a single kill. The thought of that is scary on its own, but you could call it public shaming if it happens.
I think they kind of had their faces kind of dragged on the ground a tad bit already. GOW's pissed right now. But being angry with the situation is not really going to help you. We need to see a little bit of the strategy out there. Active skills, passive skills, execution of those skills is going to be really important. And I like this. Got to keep the back lines a little bit tight. Don't rush into your deaths a little bit early. Allow Nigma Galaxy to find those positions and then jump on in there for the attack.
Anger buff only works in anime, right? The angrier you get, the stronger you are. Right? It's the very cliche plot armor trope. But in this case, if you're angry, it affects your mental. You know, so
Yeah.
not a good way to play a competitive map. But we did see GOW, three members taking the teleporter. Might be looking for a potential flank. I wonder what the plan is though. They are trying to surround NGX, but NGX, they are not budging. So GOW, they've taken up space. Now it's time to find a way to get the initial drop onto NGX, because Nigma Galaxy, they are staying still, and in fact, getting an initial shot onto GOW, exposing their position. The jig is up. GOW needs to fight NGX right now.
Let's see who gets the first blood here. Arid is playing this a little smartly from the side of GOW, and the slower pace definitely helping them out. They're keeping a tight grouping this time around, not really splitting up. It's going to be Dew tagged up. Fugod does get taken down. Dian finds the knock. Can they find their first elimination as well? Dian gets traded out instantly. Storm takes down Izagot. Things are not going great at all. Fugod still down on the ground, bleeding out, not taken out just yet.
Save him! Don't let him get a kill!
Oh
down,
my
fully
god!
dead! They still could not break the curse, and Nigma Galaxy just... Man, way too good. Come on. They are way, way too good. They are outclassing GOW right now.
And they're always waiting for Caramel to go in there for the pickup because of the speed of pickup he's got. And the rest of them stop and do. They're just the eliminator of the squad. You can see that through the kill feed as well. Stop with the 3 eliminations in that first round. And GOW really played that super smartly, slowing down the pace, keeping Nigma Galaxy guessing. But the moment Nigma Galaxy spotted them out, that was just a no-go for them.
You know NGX are team players because they were using their bodies to protect Fugod. They're like, don't let GOW get a single kill, guys. Like if you die, then it's on you. You know, you messed up the numbers.
Storm gets tagged. Nice. Oh my lord. And he just quickly trades out Wally and gets the kill. My goodness. Somebody stop him.
I believe this was a partial force from GOW, and both the players forced to buy have already been knocked down. Finally, the first eliminations, courtesy of Fugod. So he's gonna have some explaining to do. The rest of GOW needs to take some time. The end queuing up, but the Dreki from Stop though gives him more than enough information. Stop is just gonna take this fight.
Good blue wall. Doesn't recover. Oh my god.
From
how?
behind, oh.
My goodness. Gets that information. Gets the backup. Caramel picked up at the same time as well. He's got tagged up. Put down onto the ground. Di Kwang had a misstep earlier on with the repositioning and is going to get caught out. Will be able to knock down Dew. Has got the double revolver. Forces the kill. And that's going to break the streak of no eliminations at all for the side of GOW. Hopefully it's a good enough boost in terms of confidence.
He took out 2 of their guns, so see if he can do even more damage. Unfortunately,
Got the time to
that's
spray
impossible.
the Snicker down onto the ground as well. Talk
Oh, yeah.
about a little bit of confidence.
I mean, all things considered, 2 kills in 8 rounds, it's the best, you know. Not the best stat, but I guess it's something.
Look at us getting excited just because they find an elimination for themselves.
Both.
Not even a round win,
Yeah.
just elimination.
Just eliminations, you know. You lower the bar every single time. You gotta take it. Baby steps. Di Kwang getting both of those kills, so now he's the most decked out player on his team. Again, because of the partial force in round 2, the economy is a bit imbalanced for GOW.
Well, I like the balance this time round. Izagots going in here for a very aggressive push though. I'm not really a big fan of that. The rest of them trying to find their positioning, and Izagot flanks around. And that's exactly why I was not a big fan of that. Gets got out, Fugod puts him down onto the ground, and nobody can help him up.
I mean, Nigma Galaxy have been crazily accurate. I mean, Fugod, especially, these one-taps are out of this world. Izagot, he's gone. GOW were not able to respond at all, right? It really is a suffocating feeling that you can't help out your teammate, even though he was so close to you.
look at what Nigma Galaxy is doing. They're splitting up. They're playing the buddy system. They're pairing up 2 players on the left, 2 players on the right, circle all around, push GOW into a small little circle, and smash them from every single angle. This is Nigma Galaxy at their very best, and GOW is just being outclassed, outgunned, outmaneuvered in every single round.
And the Steffi actually also paying off, right? We see the application of the Steffi. I think the best term that I could think of to describe this is NGX, they are surgical.
Oh yeah,
They
absolutely.
are dissecting GOW.
You know, they clearly did their homework, and this is clearly a team that plays Clash Squad quite a lot.
It's either that or maybe
Oh,
that,
they've got a great coach.
maybe that's how they were so good in. Maybe one of their practice regime is just Clash Squad, right?
It has to be. I mean, it's just very silly if you're not using Clash Squad to prepare your team for some heated 4v4 battles, you know. And the beautiful thing about Clash Squad is, once again, it doesn't throw you into the exact same compound round after round. You do have a little bit of variation. You're going to be able to master every single compound within a map. It's just a no-brainer if you ask me.
Good start from GOW. Finally, stopped Dew. Getting knocked down. Caramel losing majority of his health. GOW might finally claim the first round. Izagor trying to rush Caramel down as Caramel recovers some of his health. Oh my goodness, Fugor. What was that support fire as Caramel gets dropped, but Fugor will have to take on the rest of the world. And GOW finally breaking the streak after 10 rounds. They find their very first win.
I hope and pray that it's not a consolation round for GOW, and this is actually the start of something new, a start to a fantastic comeback in this competition. Nigma Galaxy has run the town for quite a bit already. I'm sick and tired of them. Let's go, GOW.
I'm pretty sure GOW feels the exact same. But
they're tired of winning.
But it wasn't as clean as it could get, right? I think they only lost 1 member, so you see that they are, all of them are decked out in defenses. So now, theoretically, there's no way Nigma Galaxy will be able to outdamage them because 3 members of NGX have no armor, well, no helmet. Stop only has an armor. Caramel is probably the richest member right now.
And surprising thing is, you know, Tatsuya, a character that's abused by so many, is not even being run by Nigma Galaxy. They don't care for that extra bit of speed. If you spot them out, they're going to shut you down.
Yeah. I'm going to run into anyway. Right? we play as a team.
Because a lot of people, they use Tatsuya as more of a defensive mechanism to get away as they're being pummeled by gunfights, by bullets. But, you know, not Nigma Galaxy at all, man. I think this is just such a much better and a much smarter use of all of those active skills available, especially because they can't repeat it.
Good trade on Caramel, but they did lose volleys. Caramel is going to get support right away. Yi Kwang, caught off guard, wins that gunfight. Lovely stuff. Stop is on the ground as Caramel gets brought back up. They get the finisher finally on Stop. But GOW now trapped underneath the bridge. A bunch of trolls, and Nigma Galaxy just makes quick work of them. So 4-1 right now, Nigma Galaxy. They are 2 rounds away from basically almost clean sweeping the entire series. But to echo your point on Tatsuya, another usage that we've seen these players do is that you start the round, you use double charge to get yourself into a good position.
Yeah.
But I think the Nigma Galaxy were like, well, we don't really need that, right?
Because they're not trying to outdo any one of the rest of their team members.
Yeah.
They're all walking together, and there's not just a one flanker. They're playing, everybody's a flanker on the side of Nigma Galaxy. They split off 2 to 2, and most of the time, they're keeping such a tight grouping if they're not going to split up from each other. Once again, View with Caramel. Fugot's going to be hopping on alongside Stop. This is just a GG for the side of GOW. Izagor, good grenade, but it just flies a little wide. And return fire from Caramel. That's not going to tag up too many players.
Look at Fugor, he's flanking with the AWM of all things. Dew is going to break the glue and take down Izagor as Fugor somehow makes it out with his life. GOW baited in. They bit the bait of NGX, and now they're going to just real inefficient mode. Dian is going to get point-blank shot by Fugor, and
he's still alive.
Volley left wondering what the heck happened to my team, as he's going to be shot from 10 different angles. That glue wall gets blown over, and Nigma Galaxy finds their 5th round. This is series point for NGX.
My God, when you have a sniper rushing at you in that way, yeah.
He's running double AWM.
Just quit the match.
This is absurd. This is
Fugot's just playing
disrespect.
on another level, man. Another level.
This is just pure disrespect from NGX right now.
They're like, what's going to happen if I rush at you?
Like,
nothing.
Like, what's the worst that could happen, right? I get knocked down, that's it.
You're still not gonna get a kill.
Who, what? How many kills have they got?
And even if it did get knocked down, I think that was a very smart plan from NGX because the barricade of glue walls was really annoying the rest of his team members. And as they were trying to take down the glue walls, he was playing the game of distraction, so nobody could stop the penetration of those glue walls. And once the flurry of players came in, that was just a done deal. But Wally with a great shot this time round, instantly traded out, all thanks to Fugod again.
Dequan has 6 out of 7 kills that GOW has. He is pulling weight right now. You got finished off volley and Stop gets picked back up, so no secure for GOW again. Iza got just jumping his way like Super Mario, gets the kill, gets the knock on Stop. Yan gets traded back. Dequan again showing up when his team needed him the most. Caramel is gonna bleed out very fast.
Oh.
Dequan continuing this absolute rampage, 2 versus 2 situation.
Oh.
Dew gets knocked. Dequan again with the slam dunk onto Dew. Fugod left all on his own to try and clean this up as it gets the name 1 from 10 miles away.
My
Fugod
God!
ends it just like that. NGX 6-1. They embarrass God of War.
Fugod was all alone. What is the child doing?
Look
Fugod
at that,
was
look.
all alone. Someone needs to tell him that sign's not allowed.
You, you know.
That's not peace, my friend.
You know that NGX is prepared to win. Look at him, he came in with the drip. Got the shades, got the cap.
I hope and pray he's pointing at his mustache.
Look at that. I
Trying
mean,
to say I've got one like Mustachio as well.
that's how you know that the team is ready. They are dressed for the occasion. They're dressed up for a beating of a lifetime. I mean, Fugod, he definitely my personal MVP coming into this series, but overall the entire team, MGX, is just impeccable. At least we know that Dew has a really good style.
Yeah, and I think the players of Nigma Galaxy have clearly proven that they've got a very different setup in comparison to the rest of the teams out there. They are the team that I'm actually very much surprised is following the kind of setup I would love. A very balanced setup. Not focusing on, you know, the super maneuverability around the map, you know, but more towards the game of information as well as the game of survival mainly.
Yeah, and you know, and there has been this, you know, variation, right? It's either you run a Dimitri or you run an Arlok.
Yeah.
I'm digging the Arlok right now.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
because NGX made him look so good, right? The awakened form. But this is just light work for NGX. Barely broke a sweat. Or maybe they broke a little bit when Dequan started wiping them out. But overall, it didn't really matter. You know, he walks away as the guy with the most kills on his team, I guess. But this is a quicker series, like you said.
Yeah.
30 minutes, it's done.
Half an hour, and if we get another one of this, we might just be done by 10 p.m.
Don't worry, we have E-Arena and PE Sports. That is going to take a while longer. I believe
Maybe
so.
the expand one's going to be fast. Fast on which side? We will
mean,
allow the gods to tell us a little bit later on.
I mean, here's the thing, if it's fast in favor of expand, we're going to be happy. If it's fast in favor of Bigatron Delta,
Well, Indonesia will be very happy.
we're going to have a lot of work to do as a region. That's our best team, by the way.
You mean our only team right now?
Our only team and the best team we have in our region, right? If we get wiped by Bigatron, again, no disrespect to Bigatron Delta, but recent results, right? You look at the comparison of these two teams, it's just heaven and earth. We'll get to that in a bit. But Fugod, he got the style, he got the MVP, he got the stats, he got everything.
Absolutely, and of course you gotta love it. One of the players that runs the J beams, backing up the rest of them with the extra bit of armor. You gotta love it. And Beaston was not wasted. We see Beaston being wasted by a lot of players as they don't focus on picking up those grenades. But Nigma Galaxy was so stacked that they had no problems whatsoever purchasing the lethals. And he had a fun time lobbing all of those nades over the heads of the players on the opposite side.
I mean, that last nade was out of this world.
Oh, yeah. One nade, one snipe. What more can you ask for?
Grappler, right? You get launched 10 feet in the air, you land kind of like a half-court nade, and then you get the dunk with AWM. Just another day in the office for NGX. 6-0 in set 1, 6-1 in set 2. But still, a total, it's public shaming by NGX. They were just outclassing God of War.
Let's see if or not we can find more of the outclassing maneuvers from some of these other teams that we have got in store for you guys. As you see, The next one's gonna be E Arena versus PE Sports. We've seen them do battle out there on the battlefield quite a number of times. PE Sports might stand a great chance at Bermuda. I think.
I mean, you see, like, NGX are the Vietnam slayers. Thailand is slaying Vietnam right now.
Oh yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
Well, at least for one of the matchups, we're guaranteed to not have two teams from the same region. You know, at least we have NGX against WAG. You know, not like the first one where both are Thai teams, second one both are ID teams.
The only reason why WAG is in front is because it was MCPS they went up against. Let's see if or not the Vietnam Slayers, whether or not the title will still continue in the competition as E Arena takes on the Vietnamese team of PE Sports a little bit later on. And of course, the closer of the day will be Malaysia going up against Indonesia. It's going to be Bigatron Delta up against Expand.
I can't handle another heartbreak, right? We closed out yesterday with MCPS losing out.
It is
against
what it is,
Indonesia, and it's MCPS against Indonesia again.
I don't mind MCPS being beaten, although I'm from the country of Malaysia, because it's high time these players and these teams step it up.
Yes.
And I think some of the other regions have shown what great hard work as well as determination and a lot of time invested into Free Fire, what it can do for you, where it can bring you, how much of money you can earn from it. And if you're continuously getting beaten but getting the opportunities, then you know you got to step it up.
Yeah, I think this is kind of like the rags and riches story for Expect, right?
Oh,
They've
yeah.
come a long, long way. It's just that when it really mattered the most, they still couldn't deliver.
No, I think Expand is delivering on all fronts, mainly because they didn't sign up with any big organizations in Malaysia.
I think that is
They
the
created their own organization.
yeah. I think that is the biggest flex.
Yeah.
Right. If you look back at their record, that is the biggest flex. We don't need the support. We created our own support. And
Yeah.
also courtesy to the parents of the players, right? Able very, very willingly letting them take this path.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Expand a lot more because coming up, E Arena takes on PE Sports in our third series. That's gonna be a banger. We'll be back for that after this break.
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Clash Squad C Cup brought to you by Garena Free Fire. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Husky. As usual, we've been having a great time on this couch.
Yes.
It's the most chill setup that I've had for Free Fire in a long, long time, and I'm loving it.
I'm loving it too. This is the first time in my life I've been always wanting to do this as an opening, but I realized it was a bad idea
Why?
because my arms hurt. I went bouldering today. Okay,
This guy's bulking up.
it's,
Okay?
I'm trying my best, but oh god, it hurts.
You know, the one thing I hate about muscles is the fact that you can build them up for many months, and then if you just slack off for a couple of weeks, you're pretty much, setting yourself back by,
By
a few months.
The funniest thing
And that's exactly what I want to say about skills out there on the battlefield, which is why you need Clash Squad.
But the funniest thing about muscles, right, was that I will always think of this video where you have like bodybuilders, they have like this jacked out muscles,
Yeah.
but they can't do like this because like the muscles are getting in the way, right? So you can't pull your arm from behind.
I started yoga recently, and I realized that it's either I have to pick the pathway of yoga or the pathway of the gym.
So it's either or.
Because, one side I'm getting bulked up like a big frog, on the other side it requires me to be nimble and flexible. So I'm stuck in a rough spot.
So you start hurting in places that you didn't know existed in your body, right?
No, I mean, all that's the same. It's just that it's really embarrassing when you can't even, like you said,
Do
reach
that,
back
right,
and
yeah.
just touch the tips of your fingers. It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing. Don't worry, and GOW has gone through worse.
Let's
But-
not talk about GOW anymore. I think
we're
they face
gonna-
enough pain.
We're gonna put them aside because
Yeah.
unfortunately they are out. So we're still looking for 2 more teams to advance, and coming up it's gonna be between E-Arena and PE Sports.
I think GOW did us a huge favor by bowing out quick and just keeping the series down to a 30-minute timeline, because this next one's going to be dragged out for quite a bit. I think it's going to be a hot fight. I think we're going to get a game number 3 for sure. I think even when one side wins it, it's going to potentially be about a 6-5 scoreline. We're going to go down to round number 11.
We're gonna have 3 sudden deaths. Hopefully that's gonna be the case, because this is the most anticipated series.
Yeah.
You have matchup of 2 teams hailing from FFSI, and 2
Yeah.
of the I wouldn't say upcoming, but 2 of the better performing teams, right? Obviously E-Arena won the whole thing.
Yeah.
PE Sports, they did struggle in the grand finals, but they had their moments. They were the team with the most booyahs, and they were the team who were the most proficient on Bermuda.
Yeah.
And guess what? We're playing on Bermuda.
Absolutely correct. But then when we go to next era, they are going to struggle a tad bit. E-Arena was the ones who were not really flexing those booyahs.
Oh, yes.
But they were doing decently well on all of the maps. And in fact, this is what makes them the better team for Clash Squad, because it's not looking at who's going to survive at the end of the day. It's looking at who's going to be better at those gunfights. And we know E-Arena knows how to farm those eliminations.
And they are one of the few teams that are pretty utility-based, right? They are
Yes,
very
they
smart
are.
in
Yeah.
identifying these openings.
Yeah.
That is where Clash Squad might be a bit tricky. You don't have too much utility, so
Yeah.
it really puts that to the test. How much more smarter can you be with the limited resources that you have?
But E-Arena is like somewhat like Nigma Galaxy, where they know what they want, and if you give them the opportunity to purchase exactly what they want, they just become that much more stronger. So PE Sports better be ready for one hell of a fight. And I'll tell you, if PE Sports actually manages to get a 1-up on E-Arena, I'm going to lose my mind, because this seems to be a tough fight for them no matter how you look at it.
A lot of pride is on the line for E-Arena. They just recently won FFSI, right? And again, they did it in one day.
Yeah.
Right? If we are following the old format, they're gonna win anyways, right? Just based off of a day 1 performance. It's monstrous opening. But one thing that I think has been a common trend for E-Arena is that they're also a hot and cold team. On the more underwhelming days, you can really see them struggle a lot. But when they're at their best, oh boy, it's going to be a tall task for PE Sports.
PE Sports needs to outmaneuver E-Arena later, but before they outmaneuver them, we have to see a good lineup of skills on their side, because for me, it's the game of information and also what you want to prioritize. Whether you want firepower, whether you want a good base of skill, or you want to be pretty decently equal on all fronts. And clearly, Nigma Galaxy were the ones who proved that you don't just need to run the exact same skill set for every single player, because you need to have different roles being played within the squad.
And there's just so much more. You can control a lot of variables, but you also lose a lot of access to what you usually would have in
Yeah.
Battle Royale, right? There's lesser room to work with because there's no revival system, so
Correct.
you have to be a bit more careful, a bit more efficient, and that means that you can't really sacrifice your teammates as you always do in Battle Royale. And the Awakened Arlong again, this time in E-Arena by Puna.
And August, being the support player, brings in Thiva. Once again, as anticipated, they're playing this just like Neymar Galaxy. Thiva's going to be very useful to pick up all of those players on the battleground as and when they get knocked down. Miguel, Moko, with the combination of Orion, you know Limit's going to go absolutely berserk. He's going to be one of the front runners of E-Arena, no doubts whatsoever.
Yeah, our MVP of FFSI as well. Not only a champion on the regional stage, but also the best performing player.
Yeah.
The most valuable one. And I think that's very well deserved, right?
Yeah.
PE Sports, on the other hand, same roster. We've seen them for quite some time already. Nuke, Nero, Huang An, and Don't Cry. And kind of get to see the difference. They don't have the Arlong in any way, but they do favor the Homer a lot as a team.
So with the skills that are picked up, I definitely prefer E-Arena, very much more balanced, as opposed to PE Esports, who think that just certain skills are going to be giving that upper hand. They are going to be the fastest squad to get to positions, but they are not going to be really great when it comes to the game of information, is there? Like, what skill you can get info off of your opponents? You've got Moko, but that depends on how Ang being able to connect with those shots. And it's not even the Awakened Moko, so the information that you do get is not going to linger around for all that too long.
And I saw an interesting character that's being ran by one of the Wufra, right?
Yeah.
Headshot decreases, but now you're not too worried about landing headshots. You can just go for the spray on the limbs, which is pretty interesting. But that also means that AWM is out of question.
Yeah.
But just for that one player though, you can expect him to be the rusher, play in that front line.
Just curious to see exactly what they can pull off here. All four players from the side of PE Sports bringing Beastin in. So I think they're going to focus on the lethals in terms of purchases. But I've seen that one too many times where people abuse the pets by bringing in Beastin but not purchasing a single lethal for themselves. And I'm just left wondering, what are you using the pet for?
I mean, to be very fair, the only time you get to see Mr. Wagger is he's the mascot of the whole tournament, right? Like, no one uses him anymore, which is kind of a shame. I think we saw him once in either MCPS or FFSI, but aside from that, no one else really runs it. So, poor guy. We do get to see him every once in a while, though. Here it is, first set of this third series. PE Sports against E-Arena, the most anticipated one. We're heading to Bermuda, which is PE Sports' best performing map in the Battle Royale setting. But one of the variables are a bit more control. Can they outlast E-Arena in a 4v4?
And I have to say the combination of Orion and Miguel is a really smart one. Miguel gives you 200 EP every single time you knock down an enemy. And you're playing that on Limit, who's got the Orion, and Orion plays around EP so much.
Yeah.
And that's an OP setup right there.
Knocks you down, he disappears. And
Gets that EP right back.
yeah.
He gets to abuse his power as long as he continuously finds the knocks. And being the star player for the side of E-Arena, you know he's going to find those knocks.
I think we saw that once yesterday. I don't remember who was running it. I believe it was Attack All Around, where you just have Orion constantly siphoning health, and you cannot hit him thanks to the Miguel. So maybe we'll see the same application from E-Arena. It's a pistol. Nuke has already lost a big chunk of his health, so forced to use that health pack very early on. Don't Cry doing the same as well. So E-Arena getting the initial drop onto PE Sports.
See what they can pull off here. I like the pacing of movement from both teams. PE Sports trying their best to not engage a little bit too early. One player's left in the back lines though. Funao will find Don't Cry, tags him up a tad bit. And then walks into three players instantly, gets that information, quickly backs away, drops the beat as well at the very same time. That's going to give him a boost of speed. August finds the double, finds the heads on those players back to back, and Funa backs him up instantly. It is just a all-out E-Arena showdown.
E-Arena, again, a team that is just very good at these assaults. If you are just waiting for E-Arena to run into you, I think you've got a bigger problem coming. We've seen E-Arena get punished for their aggression for sure in FFSI, but that is, it's something that requires a lot of prep to happen. In this case, you don't really have too much room to wriggle around in Clash Squad. PE Sports, it's a team that ironically is the complete opposite of E-Arena. They play a bit slower, a bit more strategic, and that's exactly what a team like E-Arena loves. They take your space, they run into you, you don't get to set up your prep, they just start mowing you down.
PE Sports clearly trying to play a more defensive setup. And it seems to be working out for them in the second round as Puna gets knocked down.
Good punish.
And that's the main run with the 4 stack on Andrew. If you've got multiple players running Andrew, the powers do go ahead and stack. That gives them an extra bit of armor to work around with. And when you're going up against the arena, you know for a fact it's going to help you out.
And I like that punish. They waited for Puna to make that move and took him out. So 2 versus 2, PE Sports not waiting for Earring to run into them per se, and they actually are taking initiative. Nero able to tuck himself in the corner. So that ice grenade, he's only going to trap him but not deplete too much of his health. Stack up, Orcus taking fire. Huang Ang gonna lose some of his health, but Nero losing the gunfight. That is the Orion right there from Limit. And E-Arena winning it out.
Very smart. Just purely not even shooting his opponent down, just sucking the life out of him with the Orion. I'm a little bit surprised the Homer was not used a little bit earlier. He did already top his health right back up, so it was a wasted opportunity on the side of Huang Ang. The Arena 2-0 up, but no surprises here whatsoever.
See, I do wonder if Wolfra would be more used in going deeper into the competition, right? Because seeing a lot of CQCs, meaning the SMGs, you have the Charge Buster that don't really care about headshots. I say that, don't cry. Most are Augurs. Good start. Limit and Puna losing majority of their health as Nuke. What happened to he just disappeared. As Nero is gonna get sprayed down by Potato. Don't cry, crawling on the ground, bleeding out. And Huang Ang, last man alive, turns the corner, and again Limit just goes into Orion form and gets the job done. E-Arena 3-0. But what a weird dropout from Nuke. I wonder what happened.
I hope it's not a connection issue here for Nuke because guys pretty much struggling at this point of time. Not a single elimination to his name. Giving away 3 kills, 3 eliminations to the side of E-Arena. Then 0 rounds picked up by PE Sports thus far just means that they are really poor at this point.
Man, UK, it's a bit missed opportunity in that round 3, but E-Arena, wow, decked out in resources. Instance 2-2 split, Limit taking point already. See the initial shot onto Nero, taking out majority of his health. PE Sports sticking out with 3 members in this building. Nero taking space, but August, he has already blocked off one of the doorways with that blue wall, so this is going to make life hard for PE, but a good homer from Nero is going to spot him out. PE Sports trying to kind of control the variables a little bit, and August will have to back off.
Can August get picked up? That's going to be the biggest question now as E-Arena. They can make it through without him as well, but the numbers game will play against them for sure. Nero backs away, Charge Buster, a little bit of chaos as Limit finds Hong as well. Don't Cry goes down, and just like that, with 3 players, E-Arena just steamroll PE.
Yeah, the Charge Buster. Deadly from the side of E-Arena. I mean, Potato is winning these fights as if it was nothing. So, Chow's play, 4-0. Obviously, this is not as, as devastating as getting no kills just now, like what we witnessed. But still, E-Arena are making quick work of PE. I mean, Limit has been having a flawless run so far, alongside Potato, both having 5 and 6 kills respectively and 0 deaths. Once again, E-Arena sticking together. The initial shot from PE onto Potato. He's going to take a while to patch things up.
And this is the point, if you're PE Sports, you really want to purchase those lethals in the next round. Because E-Arena is just keeping a tight grouping all along. And those grenades are going to be putting on a lot of damage. But it's not the case at all. PE Sports just running into E-Arena again and again, and they get obliterated. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's going to be round number 5. Nero right in the corner. I mean, that smoke grenade was to cut off his left, but the rest of the team were exposed to E-Arena regardless, right? So you kind of take away the initial objective of having that smoke grenade in the first place. E-Arena just 1 round away from winning this one.
Yeah, at this point, I'll have to apologize for the assessment earlier, thinking that this is going to be a dragged-out fight. It's going to be a quick one. We are going back home at 10.
Our expectations were significantly tampered.
I mean, I kind of expected it with the character setup at the very start in itself, in terms of the skills picked by PE Sports. Not my cup of tea. Just focusing way too much on the defense. Not really focusing on how they're going to get around and find these angles, put on a little bit of... I mean, I don't mind the defensive play. It's you can't just stack the same skills on every single player and expect the exact same result.
One dimension.
Yeah.
A little bit of Ken. What a shot to Hong Ang. That's the sniper did. Don't cry, Nero. They're not even sticking together, so August gets a free 1v1. Nero charging on a Charles Buster. That one hits the glue wall instead. He's gonna put that on and try to get his teammates back up, but Don't Cry is bleeding out, and the utilities come right in from outside. Potato gets the drop onto Nero. And UK, he is going to bear the brunt of everything. E-Arena, 4-man strong, looking to close out set number 1 in a very fast fashion.
Now I've got a problem here. Which one was faster? The previous series or this one?
No, NGX is faster, for sure. NGX one was just a bit faster than E-Arena.
I was expecting PE Esports to abuse the grenades against E-Arena, who were pretty much together all along in terms of their rushes. But it was the lethals used by E-Arena that made such quick work of PE Esports. It's the absolute flip.
Yeah, Limit is like, alright, wrap it up, guys.
Yeah.
We're going home.
Yeah, easy money. Let's go. I say
They're
easy
getting
money,
used
but
to
it's
the
a very
camera.
difficult game to master.
They're getting used to the cameras for sure. Right? FFSI has given him a lot of that screen time.
Free Fire is just that weird game where it's so easy to pick up and play as a new player, but the barrier to get into the pro level plays are just so difficult.
I think that's the thing about certain games, right, that have a slightly lower barrier of entry. Like, it's easy to get in, but that's what also makes becoming the best of the best very complicated.
Yeah.
Because there's so little variables that you can kind of outclass everyone else, and when you figure that out, suddenly you are just a cut above.
Oh yeah.
That's what I love about the Free Fire, right? Everyone gets to experience what it's like, but to be the best, you really... when you are the best, when you're at the top of the food chain, people really get to see how good you are, how much more different you are.
PE Esports really wondering what happened there, and if they couldn't even get the dirty done on the E-Arena on Bermuda, I don't know what to expect for next era here.
I mean, Vietnam getting done dirty, okay? There are 2 teams eliminated by the Thais. Buriram X Evos did that yesterday against Team Flash. Just now we saw an absolute whooping by NGX.
Yep.
If PE Sports loses to E-Arena, that's 3-0 between the Thai against the Viets. And the only Vietnam team that made it was because it was a WAG against Freedom Cheese. The last hope of the region. First seed, at least. That's kind of like the silver lining, right? The first seed of the region.
Vietnamese teams moving forward are going to be hoping and praying they go up against MCPS and not Thailand. In fact, I think that's a fact. Nobody... Oh my god, didn't you see that shot? Just through the edge. The guy was floating in the air as he took all of those shots. Takes a lot of confidence, a lot of mechanical maneuvering. And Prodene, your MVP, with the Tatsuya zooming around the battlefield. M887 in his hands. 8 eliminations to 2,542 damage. He did a lot, but he was not the only hard worker out there.
Funny enough, you look at the past matchups between Thailand and Vietnam in Clash Squad.
Yeah.
Team Flash actually had the best performance out of what we've seen so far, right? I mean, we're putting WAG aside because it's against MCPS, but when you compare Team Flash and what we saw just now from GOW, and in the first set of PE Sports, Team Flash actually put up the best fight, and it was against Buriram X Evos, right? So overall, it's a weird dynamic. It's an unexpected result, considering that Team Flash had to face off against the deadliest team overall.
That I have to agree, but at the end of the day, that's exactly what the bracket was meant to do, to torture the teams to see through the fact that only the best of the best makes it through. And what was coined as a way to keep things really fair just happened to make Thailand super good.
Yeah, it just makes them look good.
Because if you had region go up against any other teams from the same region, you were going to have less Thai teams, and you all know the Thai players are, just crazy when it comes to Free Fire.
It's just fated.
Yeah, there's a reason why so many of the World Series have happened there. There's a reason why the trophy has gone to Thailand and stayed in Thailand.
Yeah, it has never left.
That's crazy.
It probably moved between like organizations, but never outside of Thailand.
Whoever needs to ship, thankfully it's not a rotating cup, but if it was,
so So last time in Bangkok, right, when Evo's Phoenix won, like did the impossible and won
Yeah.
the whole thing. Like the first thing I heard, and it's just something funny, like funny conversation behind the scenes. Someone from Garena was like, "Well, we don't have to ship it out of Thailand, yay!"
That is true. That is absolutely
Pretty hilarious, but you know you get the idea.
And of course, all of the hard work needs to be repaid here with a little bit of achievements as well. And it's not going to be handed over on a silver platter. They got to go out there and take it for themselves. And you see the initiative once again. And that initiative can be seen very early just with the character skill setup. I mean, once again, they're not going by the usual flow of what the other teams are picking. They're trying to devise exactly what works for their individual players' strengths.
And I think this also kind of sets you up for the latter half of the competitive year, right? When you look at the calendar, eventually we're going to get a World Series.
Yeah.
That's where we get our beast from the east, Thailand, up against the beast from the west, right?
Yeah.
Brazil.
Yeah.
That's probably the only region that has the best chance in taking down Thailand as a region.
That is correct.
Even that has not been accomplished ever since Rio.
Yeah, I love the absolute energy that the players from the side of Brazil put out within the stadium in itself whenever they do step in here for a match. But the Thai players have just been playing it on a whole other level from back then even up till now.
Yeah, again, right? Rio was the first and the last time the trophy has ever been in the West.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Brazil has been trying to get it back, but they haven't found success yet. You know, Evo's Phoenix attack all around Evo's Phoenix.
I think the one thing that they need to find a solution for is to how to overcome Evo's Phoenix as well as, you know, basically all of the Thai teams.
Yeah.
So the best way possible is perhaps just hot drop them from the very start. Pull a Sem9 versus you know, AV Radicals if possible. Because if that's not going to be the case, luck just happens to catch up with the Brazilians all the time as they try to circle in towards the final circle.
I mean, they kind of got screwed by their own region, you know, so bit of a unlucky.
At that point, you'd be hoping and praying, just show me the kill feed already so I can know who I'm taking down.
I'm not gonna lie. We were all banking like, all right, so you know, Key is getting some much needed help, and then you know, the magic heat happened. But Limit and Protede putting up the 2-0 already. It's not even done yet, but they're ready to pack it up. I believe it is only 8 p.m. where they are.
Yes, it is. It's 8:03 right now,
Yeah,
so
make it very quick.
the night is still young.
The night is very young. The night has just begun, I believe.
Yeah, I was thinking of whether or not I should eat. Then I decided I'm not going to eat because if the show ends just like it did yesterday, it's a little bit too late for a meal.
I had a really good supper yesterday.
What did you have?
I think it's rice with chicken, but the funny thing is, up
How
to
is that a really good supper?
Tell me. Because I don't know what the name of the dish is, I just know it's fried rice with chicken, but it's really good.
Fried rice and chicken sounds very basic.
It sounds basic because I don't know the name of the dish. I'll tell you, ramen sounds basic when you just say it's noodle with soup. Okay.
That is true. That is true. That is that is actually very, very true. Mr. Wagger wiggling his tail as usual as we set up game number 2. 8-1-2-4. We're definitely going to see Tatsuya out there once again in the hands of Protede.
Completely unrelated, but does Mr. Wagger have a tail?
Of course he
And if he does have a tail,
It's
and he's
a really small one.
do penguins have tails?
Yes, they do.
What? I
How
have
can
to,
penguins not have tails?
let me figure this out.
They don't have long tails. They surely do have a tail.
Alright, so hey Google, does penguin have tails?
Yes, husband.
Oh yeah, they do.
What were you thinking?
So I cannot believe I watched Piku at a young age and I didn't know that penguin had tails.
It's not the kind of detail you usually look out for. I just happen to know because penguins got cute butts.
No, corgis have cute butts.
That is true. That's true. Corgis are smarter. You know, once I was walking around in a mall and I saw this so annoying because I've got 3 dogs and I try to train my dogs in many ways. And I saw this corgi walking through the mall with a frisbee in his mouth. He was carrying his own toy. Such a disciplined dog.
They have swag.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
good with that. They have good attitude. They have attitude. Potato, good shot, traded back by Huang Ang. So both teams getting a down so far. The new K is not exactly having the best time. Orcus coming in to rescue his friend, while the rest of the team just tear down the roof onto PE Sports.
It is just a absolute teardown now. E-Arena looking for Hao Ang as well. New K's not going to be able to get picked up. Funa circling around. Hao Ang really low on HP. Can't use his medkit for some reason. And he's gonna get back.
Oh, it just cleaves him in half. It's a 30 kill from Limit. Come on.
I mean, Limit, that's exactly what he's gonna be searching out there for. Just flashy plays. And it was an initial good trade coming through from PE Sports, but just no finisher yet again.
Yeah, it's confirmed knocks are so much more important in Clash Squad. You could argue against that if it's Battle Royale, because people just come back to life, but in Clash Squad, you have to confirm those kills. Basically treat it as the old Free Fire, when you can't revive your teammates. The stakes are definitely higher, right? I think that it does take a while to adjust to it, especially when you join a competitive scene when there's revival platforms. It does feel a bit different. Limit again with the early knock onto New K. AC-80, one of it taken out of the picture. Hong Ang trying to respond in kind, but you have that nade in Limit's hand. And Nero, good shot onto Buna. That nade's not going to connect onto Nero, but he does. It twists his ankles a little bit, jumping to the safety. Limit gets the confirmed kill. Don't cry. Good secure onto Potato. E-Arena punished by PE.
It's a really smart play this time around from PE Sports. Spreading up on the battlefield, just making sure they find the flanks on E-Arena, who weren't really expecting this fight, but it's a 3v3. Play gets picked up. August tagged up. That's not going to be a problem at all as he circles around. Finds Nero, gets the early information, sprays him down. The rest of the players are nowhere near to save him.
Very good patience from August as well. He knew that Nero is going to get impatient and go for the swing. Just punished him. Pre-firing that, Bunaitis breaks his own ankles. August gets the kill onto Nero, so numbers in favor of E-Arena. Hong Ang also spotted out.
Don't Cry looking for an angle here to play around with. Does find a player from the side of E-Arena flying towards him. Squeezed against the circle. Nothing could have been done.
E-Arena speedrunning this basically, right? We already have our fastest series so far, and E-Arena looking to come in second. 2-0. The economy looking very, very good, honestly. Groza, 2 AC-80s, and an AWM onto Limit. And the best part is that Limit actually has a helmet and an armor. So he is having a great, great time. 4-0 in terms of KD.
Can't say the same for the side of PE Sports, who are, of course, struggling with the way they have been engaging out there on the battlefield. But they're going to be playing around with the teleporters. Let's see what the portals will be able to serve this team up with. Hao Ang with the AWM, keeping the back lines. Not a great idea in Clash Squad because you are going to see the circle pressuring you very, very early on. UK spots one. Quick tags onto Limit. Quickly heals himself up as well. Argus from up top. Not going to find that angle just yet. Good grenade, but gets tagged up. Slowed down a tad bit. Funa repositions Argus on the nade. Cooking it up. Rotating. Finds one, but a good glue wall erected by New K. With 20 HP left. Saves his own life.
And Limit again? What was that? Now he's just disrespecting PE Sports. But two? As if one wasn't enough, Limit cleaves two of them apart with the sight.
Earlier it was with the katanas, now it's with the sight. We're going to see some boxing gloves after this.
I mean, Limit is out there breaking the spirits of PE. Brought a knife to a gunfight and wins. Two of them
How
in a
often
row.
do you hear that?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Money's going to be a little bit on the decent side for PE Sports this time round. But the prioritization does not go towards the lethals just yet. Beefing up their armor. Nero needs to get those purchases in as well. They cannot afford a double primary. And a couple of grenades purchased as well. Let's see how they get this done this time round.
How is E-Arena gonna... How is PE Sports going to do this? They get a decent spread, Hong Ang on the right with that AWM. But the rest of the team, they are just... They are tight on cash. Not much in the bank.
Oi.
Hong Ang missing the initial shot.
My.
Uh-oh. Could be a bit of a trouble. Potato, he is blazing through the ground floor, just not showing any sort of restraint. Hong Ang could punish. That is the kind of punish you want to see.
Absolutely. In the meantime, the rest of the players from the side of PE Sports needs to step it up as well. Limit engaging very hard, and it's going to be Don't Cry about to cry. Orion helps Limit stay up on his feet, but Don't Cry still back in here for the fight. Drops Argus. Limit can't back him up just yet. Circles around the blue wall. It's going to be Don't Cry's play this time round.
Argus gets the knock, so Limit doesn't get that energy point back. But he does stay alive. Again, turns the corner. Limit taking the challenge up against New K, gets the knock. Instantly goes into the Orion form. Doesn't get the siphon health though, as New K was already down on the floor, but E-Arena, they have stabilized the state of the round.
No matter what PE Sports does, they just can't find a good takeover in this matchup. Don't Cry played that really well, just had no backup whatsoever. One of the weak points of PE Sports is the fact that they continuously split up, and they just can't sustain these gunfights. Grenade is gonna go a little wide.
It's crunch time for PE Sports. The circle is moving. E-Arena, Orgus, good info, but kind of chipped away by Nuke at close range. Narrow, a good shot into limit. Orgus left to his own. That glue was to go down. Charge Buster from Narrow to secure the job. PE Sports finally getting the first round.
Triple eliminations courtesy of Nero. It's delighted that happened, but just needs to find a few more of that E-Arena. This is the first round that they are losing against PE Sports, so that's not going to be too big of a blow at all. But financially, that definitely boosted up PE Sports for this round.
Bit of a deja vu, same as GOW, right? Took them 10 rounds to get the first. And it was a pretty sweaty round also. See, again, the AWM onto Huang Ang. Only one kill so far. Hasn't been able to get the crucial shots in. A 2-2 split for PE. Well, actually a 3-1 split for PE. E-Arena doing the same. Potato again running into the line of fire directly. UK Don't Cry trying to punish him. Orgus comes in for the support. UK shoots Potato out of the sky. Don't Cry getting Orgus. The aggression from E-Arena muted from the get-go.
And I like this a little bit better when the fight is all equal with the extra bit of armor that you have off of the skills, and on top of that, all beefed up with the purchases on the side of PE Sports. They can really now take the fight up against the Arena. This was the initial plan, but they just didn't have the resources to execute it earlier.
And Limit, he just wiped out 2 members of PE Sports all on his own.
No, don't
It's
do
good
it.
with Hong Ah.
Not like this.
On his own, and
My
Funa does
God.
the job. Wow, recovery from Limit.
Again.
Again, isolated fights, right? There was a glue wall earlier on that isolated Limit. And I believe UK gets the knock, refreshes the Orion ability, comes right out of it, and gets a snipe with the AWM. E-Arena just clean, but Limit is 10-1-4. MVP of FFSI for a reason.
Absolutely, and the setup, once again, is the key to the success of the abusing of the Orion there. Let's see what else he's got in store for us. Bringing Miguel in. Firing it up with the Orion, that's what you want. New K drop, Don't Cry's gonna back away. That's gonna give E-Arena a lot of these angles at the very front. Hao Ang trades out Limit, that's gonna just help them pause their push a little bit, but you know for a fact, E-Arena can do this 3 players all alone.
Yeah, good trade from Hong Ang, but it's just not
My
enough.
God!
The rest of E-Arena running over
Not
P
like
at
this.
this point, bulldozing the Vietnam squad. Hong Ang, he took down Limit, and E-Arena, they're not happy about it. 5-1, serious point for E-Arena.
And just when you thought taking down the prime player from your opponent's side is gonna get you that round win, nothing goes their way. In fact, E-Arena's happy you took Limit out of the equation because everybody else wants an elimination as well.
Yeah,
Limit's been hogging them.
yeah, you take down one guy, everyone else gets enraged, right? It's kind of like the second phase of E-Arena.
How dare you touch my teammate?
Yeah, how dare you touch the MVP, you know?
Ay, ay, ay. They need to find a solution, and that solution's basically run at E-Arena and wish for the best. Grenade is not going to connect just yet. New K, look at the aggression. Pushes on straight up. Charge Buster in hand. Let's not find anyone.
Trying to fight fire with fire, but he's in a rough spot. What a name from Orgus!
My God. One more.
That's the 3-pointer,
Boom!
and that Orgus cleans up. Puna also finds Narrow. Oh, this is a done deal for sure. E-Arena making quick work, and PE was going out with an absolute bang, but not the one that they wanted. Huang Ang, good refresh with the Miguel. But Funa puts him to sleep, and that's it. E-Arena cleans up shop, dust off whatever blood they have on their hands. It's a 6-1 victory in set 2 and a 2-0 victory in the series. And they wave goodbye to PE Sport. There it is. The Rave Rabbits. The Rave Rabbits reign supreme.
I mean, just when we expected the best series of them all in this battle, we have truly been disappointed, Husky. This was a blaze through. PE Sports was no GOW. That's shocking.
And Limit was like, it's nap time, baby. I'm heading off to bed. It's the best series in a way for E-Arena for sure, but not the best for PE.
Oh no, not
By
at
a
all.
mile. They got the exact same treatment as GOW.
Yeah. I mean, this is just a lesson in point for all of the other teams who want to bring in a very standard setup for their side and they just focus on one front. Defensive is good, but you need to have one tank, you need to have one support, you need to have two slayers. One of the slayers needs to be a flanker. It's a very basic setup, and if you can execute that, even a team like E-Arena can be overwhelmed.
I
But
believe
the speed of E-Arena with the initial shots is just too much.
I mean, they've definitely learned something from NGX. I just heard something.
Yeah.
You know, I believe we're gonna have a all-Thai finals. This actually reinforces my expectations, right? Like how I want to see NGX against E-Arena.
Yeah.
Now I really want to see NGX against E-Arena.
I mean, we are eventually going to get it, man. The way they're playing it, the way the other regions are dealing with the Thai players just seems to be so one-sided. And E-Arena just steamrolling PE Sports just is proof that, you know, Thai players, they're just number one at this point.
Yeah, must be the som tam or the pad thai. Must be some food.
All the spicy food that's just got them battle hardened, you know.
No, if you need to get to the toilet quickly, so you gotta end it quickly, so you can use the washroom.
Dude, it doesn't apply for people who are used to spicy food. You don't need a toilet all the time.
I agree. That's basically me. I love spicy food. I seek spicy food, and no one could. A lot of my peers are like, "Why did you love pain?" I'm like, "That's the thrill of it."
I can't wait to get back to Thailand, mainly for the yellow curry. I think I've told you this before.
Oh yes, yes.
So difficult to find yellow curry here in Malaysia. You find green curry.
Oh,
good
you
ones.
can. Normal curry mee at the Chinese store. Those are yellow curry. Those are the noodles are yellow also. That is as yellow as
I
it
hate
can
yellow noodles though. Such a boric acid in there.
get. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not know that. I grew up with that, so I have no complaints.
Unless it's from a really expensive store.
Oh,
but of
yes.
course, Limit being your MVP. 10 eliminations to 5,348 damage. Dude, what did this guy eat for breakfast?
He has dealt the. He's currently holding the position for the highest headshot rate
Yeah?
and the most damage dealt. I mean, and the craziest part is that normally you can expect like 5,000 plus damage
Yeah.
if the series if the set drags out to 6-4, 6-5, right?
Yeah.
He did it in 7 rounds.
And I really like the beefed up look, the Orion alongside the Miguel. You've got the Moko in there as well for that extra bit of information. You've got Andrew to beef you up with the defense. I mean, if Orion wasn't already enough for the defense.
The first ever villain character for Free Fire as well, right? No, finally get to see that in action. But there it is, match summary, 2-0. I don't know what else to say. It's the same, it's deja vu from the previous series.
Yeah.
Thailand just crushing the Viet teams.
6-0, 6-1, the exact same scoreline as well. And I am gonna hope and pray that I don't know even what I want anymore. Do I want a quick one, the next one? Do I want a dragged out matchup between Indonesia and MCPS? I don't know.
Look at this, we are the updated bracket. E-Arena waiting for the next opponent for tomorrow, where the 8 teams will fight for the 4 qualification spots
Yeah.
into the playoffs, right? So it's gonna be just bloody through and throughout. It's either gonna be Expand or Bigatron Delta, but I kind of feel like it's the buy for E-Arena right now.
Yeah, I agree, man. I mean, if Expand does manage to win this out against Bigatron Delta, then they gotta have a shot at E-Arena. But you're talking about the #1 seed out of FFSI versus the last seed, the 12th seed of FFSI.
It's number 1 from the bottom. It's a matter of perspective, okay?
Don't say that. Don't say that. It's worse when you say things like that.
So is it worse if you say that they're last, or is it worse if you say that they're number 1 from the bottom?
Last. Okay, I don't know. I can't take a pick. Both of them are equally as bad.
Sorry guys, but you have a chance now.
But Expand, this is their opportunity. This is the payback. I want to see Cobra flying on into the battle. I want to see, exactly what Tupas can do with a couple of those grenades. It's been a while since we've seen him, because I think, the gunfights have really gotten to this boy. We don't really see him being the grenadier of the team anymore.
Yeah, haven't seen him playing the support role. I mean, we've seen it now and here and there, but it's
Yeah.
not as defined as he used to be.
And I hate that. I think, Tupas was one of the best supports that we had from MCPS. And then he started to become a frontliner, which
Yeah.
he shouldn't be. Tupas, you shouldn't be the frontliner. You should back the team up from the back. And without a good backbone, no one can stand up straight.
I think you can say the same for Axel, right? He used to be the best sniper you have from MCPS,
Yes.
and he also has been taking on a lot of the clutch roles. But I feel like it's because of the circumstances, right? He had
Yeah.
no choice
Yeah.
because the team was getting steamrolled in the finals.
That is also because Cobra kind of was, second guessing a lot of these approaches, surprisingly, because he was one of the best rushers.
He was the one that turns off his brain and just kills people.
Nowadays, he's using the brain a little bit too much, and that brain is just playing against him because he's starting to doubt himself a little bit, especially when it comes to rushing into these compounds. And this is where Axel needed to really step up for the team, which he has done. But I don't like that. I prefer Axel playing those long angles, playing the sniper. He was one of the deadliest ones.
He has a good chance to do it in Clash Squad. It's literally 4 versus 4. We're going to take a short break and come back for our last series of the day. It's Bigotron Delta against Expand. On day 2 of the Free Fire Clash Squad C Cup, we've seen 2 absolute demolition work done by the Thai representatives towards the Viets, but finally we get to put that aside for now because we are going to be focusing on the eternal rivalry between MCPS and Indonesia. Expand takes on Bigatron Delta. You're here with us. My name is Husky, and alongside me again is Natasha AJ.
The blessing in disguise for MCPS is the fact that we're taking on a Tier 2 team, a second division squad from Indonesia. I mean, I want to bet that Expand can do well against a prime squad as well, but I think after FFSI, they need a little bit of a confidence boost.
Yeah, we need to start slow. Right? Start from the bottom all over again. They have time to rebuild that confidence.
Yeah.
We've already lost against the Indonesian team yesterday.
Correct.
This is our only hope, our remaining hope, and it just happens to be the best team we have in MCPS.
And I also think that Bigatron Delta is not going to be making this easy because it's one of their rare opportunities to play on the international stage, to really take on some of these other regions and show exactly what they've got. Even though they're a prime team from the second division, they can really stand up and put on a good show. So Bigatron Delta is going to be very hungry. It's not going to be an easy match for Expand.
Yeah, and at the same time, right, you look at the region distribution, it's actually what there are more Thai and Viet teams, right, compared to what MCPS. Well, MCPS we actually have 4 teams. What am I talking about? There are 4 Indonesian teams overall.
I thought you were talking about like overall in the scene itself.
Yeah, in the scene, for sure, Indonesia just tops us, right?
Yeah.
By player base and overall. But that also means that
I mean, Indonesia has got multiple divisions. Give me a break.
That's true. I mean, you look at FFSI, it's fair to say that the scene in Indonesia has evolved in a very good way, right?
Yes.
The teams that have been stepping up a lot, obviously not to the level of Vietnam or Thailand, but you see the growth, the exponential growth.
Yep.
And I would say that they have definitely overtaken us in certain aspects.
Yeah, and I would say it's not because of the individual teams, but I would say it's the scene in it as a whole within MCPS, within Malaysia very specifically. And Expand is just one of those brands, one of the new and upcoming organizations that are trying to make a difference. They're trying to do a lot of things in a brand new fashion, trying to bring together everyone instead of going up against each other within the scene as a whole, and trying to build up a better environment so that they can have better sparring partners before going up against these big boys. And I think that's really smart. But has all of that prep been enough to take on Bigatron Delta? We'll have to wait and see. If Expand wants to show off, then they need to make this a quick series as well.
And making it quick is easier said than done, especially when you're up against a squad that I would say overall we have not been able to see them on kind of in the regionals and the top of the food chain, but because they have so many divisions, they are constantly churning out new and aspiring talents, and they have a lot of case studies to look back at, right? When you look at FFSI, the 4 representatives all have different approaches to the game.
Yeah.
Maybe Bigatron Delta will show us something different. This is the loadout for Expand. Again, Too Fast, Cobra, the Exo, and Nextroid. Nothing out of the ordinary. The Alok, Steffi, A124, and Orion.
They have the 4 Andrews on the run as well for the extra beefing up of defense. Steffi, it's a really interesting drop here, so I'm wondering if or not Expand's going to be playing a very close grouping with each other as they go out for the push. Seems to be the setup because with A124 as well as Alok there as well, you most definitely want to keep a tight grouping as you head on into battle.
Yeah, and of all people, it's Cobra that's running the Steffi, right? You would think that maybe he's a Kazuya or maybe he's the Orion. Well, we'll see how they're going to run it. That's the clue on the side of Bigatron Delta by Sueb. You have Pyong on the A124, Thanos on Orion, kind of fitting loadout, and Azrael on the Dimitri.
I really think picking Otto for Sueb is an absolute waste because he already has clue. I mean, you don't really need to continuously get that information. You mainly just need to know exactly where they position themselves initially. Tiva in the hands of Azrael is going to help them pick up the rest of their team members a little bit quicker, a little bit faster out there on the battlefield. So hopefully that's going to be the winning factor here for Bigatron Delta. But it is going to be difficult against a team like Expand, who have beefed up their defenses with the 4 stack of the Andrew.
And honestly, I think this is one of the series where I would have very minimal expectations. I think I want to come into this with a clear mind just to see where Bigatron Delta stands, right? I mean, Sueb,
yes.
he also is running, I believe, the hood as the pet. We don't get to see this often, but it does increase the range and duration of your scanning items and skills. So when you have a clue and an auto, I guess you're gonna expect Sueb to play really far back. just so that he could provide an intel for his team. We'll see how that plays out.
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, if Expand is going to be able to take a quick one over Bigatron Delta, it's going to be a huge confidence boost. But, you know, that's an understatement in comparison to what Bigatron Delta would have in terms of a boost in confidence if they can take down Expand, the front runners of a whole region.
And there's also kind of a huge power jump after the series, right? Because right after this is E-Arena. And I don't, and this is where I think you gotta take it one team at a time. Just don't think about E-Arena first, regardless of, you know, how the result is going to be. You have to get over the current hurdle. Bigatron Delta have something to prove. I think Expand also has something to prove also.
You gotta think about a little bit of that bonus, perhaps. Maybe that will be good motivation.
Whatever happens tomorrow.
Look at these kids. They're just on social media, checking out what everybody's saying. They're chill.
They're chill. Not sure if that's a good thing though. I think so.
Cobra's yawning. He's like, can we start the fight already?
So actually, like the golden rule of thumb I've always been told is that never check social media like an hour or two, maybe an hour, right? Maybe an hour, or half an hour, or an hour before doing something big, when there will be people watching. I think you just want to clear that hit.
Yeah.
Be in that headspace with the people who are going to be competing with you, with your teammates, with your compatriots.
This is also a place where we get to see if or not Coach Tomo has been having a good impact on the squad. Obviously at FFSI, group stage was great, but the finals was abysmal for the side of Expand. So I'm just expecting Tomo to really step it up in terms of strategy here. It's all going to be shown not just with the gunfights, but with the initial positioning of the players. And it seems like Tomo's not there in screen, so perhaps he's back in Indonesia. I'm wondering if or not he's coaching the squad.
Yeah. And I think the most important thing is also when you have younger players, right? I think the biggest enemy is always themselves. I think the mental is the most important part. Obviously, for Clash Squad, at the end of the day, it's a bit of fun in games. You know, there's money, but you are also here to kind of have fun. Take your mind off of the daunting Battle Royale. But for Expand, is another redemption arc that is worth tuning into. Match number 1 in Bermuda is Bigatron Delta.
When we start things off at Bermuda, Bigatron Delta will be looking for the aggressive start as usual. Let's take a look at the purchases. Everybody starts off, of course, with the med kit. 2 apiece for each player. It's all about how they spend their money. Nobody from the side of Expand is going to be purchasing a grenade except Cobra, and that will force him to use the secondary that he starts the matchup with. Thanos is going to be very aggressive, starting things off really strong. Cobra meets him halfway. Axel on the right-hand side flank. He needs to make a move though. He's circling in a little bit slowly. Too fast up on top. I like this setup. Thanos walks right into 2 players. Takes the one shot, but he gets dropped by Cobra on the secondary as well. Backs him up. Thanos does find X-Roy as well. Things are breaking down quick.
But Thanos got picked back up so fast by his teammate. Just massive support from the side of Bigatron Delta, and the first round of the set goes over to BTR. It does took a bit long. Too long to take Thanos down. Expand had 2 members firing at him, and he somehow made it out the doorway.
I like the flank, but the flank was just way too slow from the side of Axel.
Yeah.
And it's not that it was Axel that played it bad. It was the whole team, because the timing needs to be perfect. You cannot get engaged in a gunfight before your flanker comes around, because by the time Axel did find the backs of the players from the side of Bigatron, everybody else on the side of Expand was already down. He's not going to stand a chance like that.
Gonna add to cooking out that nade. This could really catch Expand off guard. No connections, thankfully, too fast. All the way on the left. Bigatron Delta will try to spread out a little bit. You see that nade actually getting tossed out, I believe, by Cobra.
No more nades to play around with, but there is a free drop here for the players to go out and pick up, but it's always out in the open, so it's going to be a bit of a challenge. Orion, a quick play. Thanos right at the backs of the players on the side of Expand. Can he find one for himself? Answers no. Kyong gets dropped onto the ground. Thanos tries to back him up, pulls out a very awkward glue wall that stops his own attack.
But you look at everyone from Expand, they are extremely low. X-Roy will be the first to fall as Azrael cleans him up. Expand, they do have the numbers. Not anymore. Cobra loses that gunfight against Thanos. As this guy has the Infinity Stones. He has everything that he needs. Turns in invulnerable, and Thanos just snaps his finger in front of Expand for the second round.
Not great for the confidence of Expand. So now they're going to be a little thirsty. for a couple of victories. And is this going to be a force buy? It's going to be a mini Uzi setup for Cobra. And he focuses the priority on the armor, which I do like. Too Fast, on the other hand, just delaying his purchase for a little bit. 5 more seconds to complete. It's going to
So
be
it's
a
a double charge buster. Mini Uzi and Axel doing what he does best on the AWM.
This is a good spot to play the AWM.
Mm-hmm.
But look at the positioning of Axel. Who is he going to find
And
from
look
an
at
angle
Suet.
like that?
He is so far forward also. This could be deadly. This could be a deadly pincer from Bigatron Delta, because Expand, they are all in a straight line. Thanos, he hears all of this. Sweb is just waiting for the right moment to pounce. X-Roy, he's going to receive the brunt of the pressure. Tries to isolate the fight. Still not going to do it. Goes into the Orion form himself, and that's where Sweb pounces. Expand loses 3 of their members, and this is done. Cobra stood no chance. BTR with the 3rd in a row.
This is the worst case scenario for your #1 team out of MCPS.
I told you, man.
Versus the 2nd division squad from Indonesia.
It might be quick, but depends on who the quickness favors.
Ay, caramba. This is this is turning into an absolute demolition derby for the side of BTR. I think this, and you have to respect the fact that BTR is running the clue. So it really doesn't matter exactly what sort of setup Expand has. They're never going to be able to surprise them. As soon as Clue pops that skill, instant information, because you've got such a small circle.
Look at a double nades. The smoke, the early smoke grenade from BTR allowed them to cross right through without any interruption. And now Expand, they are forced to isolate themselves among the containers, the sea of containers with the glue walls. Too Fast was not ready for that. BTR already knocking at their doorstep before they were even prepared to receive the hit. Look at that, less than a minute this round is done.
Coach Tomo,
I was looking at the clock, by the way. This round lasted less than a minute.
I know Tomo's not playing, but I've got questions, Coach. I have got legitimate questions at this point in time. I mean, Coach Tomo is from Indonesia. He should be able to know exactly what sort of meta the Indonesians kind of play around with. Should have expected this out of Bigatron. But here you do have the #1 seed from MCPS struggling against a 2nd division squad.
I say BTR have something to prove, but I feel like they've proven more than enough. Now is how strong would the statement be? We have seen a lot of 6-0s today, right? I mean, I feel like the 6-1s are consolation prizes. They could easily be 6-0s. Can BTR do the unthinkable? 6-0 for both.
Is, like I said, man, it's going to be a super confidence boost for Bigatron Delta if they can 6-0 Expand. I mean, as a matter of fact, even if it goes to round 11 and if Bigatron still wins, it's going to be a huge confidence booster to tell them that, first of all, Indonesia is better than MCPS. Second of all, they are ready for the big leagues.
And they have clean house, like what, 2-3 rounds without losing anyone?
Yeah.
So they are very, very rich. Look at that, decked out in armor. You can say the same for Expand, but what can Expand do? Bigatron Delta, they cut noise completely. Expand left wondering if they should make the first move, but there's no win-win situation right now for Expand because Bigatron Delta has info gatherers.
This is why Clue's just so deadly in these battles, man. You cannot hide. You can run, most definitely, but there's just nowhere you can kind of tuck yourself away and expect to pull a surprise hit on your opponents. Axel's going to find the player, misses both the shots, not going to go his way. Young walks into a grenade, but quickly avoids it. X-Roy avoids his grenade with the Orion. Smart plays from both ends.
Not ideal though. Now you don't have the Orion for the incoming fight. That could be what loses them those initial contacts. You see those nades from Expand desperately trying to get some chip damage in. That blue one not really placed in the way that they want to, so legs are still exposed. BTR chipping away at the health bar of Expand. Expand trying to flirt through the left side. Kyung, good glue wall to prevent any sort of push. And you can see Thanos with the Orion just moving forward, but Cobra gets a good shot onto Ezreal, taking out the first member of BTR. Kyung gets a trade back by X-Roy, also doing his part of the job. Kyung gets knocked out and Sueb is gone. Good recovery from Expand.
First round for Expand, and of course the biggest damage dealer was Cobra, although he walks away with a single kill. He's not going to complain at all because he was the biggest damage dealer who was chipping away at the health of BTR. And I like that sort of a setup because if your opponents are already going to know exactly where to expect you from, stop the flanks, just hold a good defensive ground, and anticipate those grenades first, because clearly that's exactly what BTR has been so focused on. The lethals, tossing it non-stop at the players of Expand. But this time you can see the prioritization has been dropped away. BTR doesn't want to focus on those grenades anymore.
And Expand, they're going to use double smoke grenades just so they could cross through. BTR expects this. It's very, very good read on the movements. Thanos is going to take contact. He's very willingly going to do so. The Orion rush very early on from Xroy. Not really sure if that's going to work out. Thanos just runs away. He's not expanding anything.
All thanks to Clue once again. You get to read your opponents like a book without even trying, right? You're going to get that information. You know exactly what to do to reposition. And based on the setup by Expand, BTR just needs to find a countermeasure. And he seems to have been doing them a lot of good. Kyong gets tagged up, backs away, Medkit, and he baits in Azrael, who gets shot down by Cobra. Cobra's finally waken up, and we see this thing.
Yeah, gets Thanos out of the way as well. Xroy doing his own part to get rid of Kyong, and Sweb is all alone. Expand looking for another clean ace for themselves. Too fast, losing health, but Xroy gets the job done. Expand getting 2 in a row.
Wow, you gotta be excited if you're Expand, but Bigatron Delta, at this point of time, they need to figure out what's going on, and I think I know exactly what's going on. Focus back on your lethals, bring out those grenades, squeeze Expand into a tiny little spot, and then play your shots. I think the moment those charge busters were picked up by Expand, things just got way harder for Bigatron Delta, so they need to keep a little bit of space between themselves as well as the MCPS squad.
Yeah, good to see Cobra waking up as well, right? Back to his prime. Him in his prime.
Instant double smokes on both sides of this compound here allows them to find a quick entry towards the middle part of these containers.
Doesn't matter too much, but there's a clue. They still see
Exactly.
you. I mean, Thanos, he's just gonna
Axel!
rush in. Xroy, he's
Why?
gonna get pinced, but Axel misses a shot. A very hard shot to land. Look at that rush. They're trying to get rid of Cobra. Cobra pops a Steffi, trying to stay alive. Gets Kyong. Okay. Thanos traces him back though. Unfortunately, Xroy has the help of Too Fast. Trying to get a knock, but what was that from Sweat? A 180 shot. Gets away. Still once more in the face of Xroy. BTR making a statement right now.
Axel needs to wonder exactly what he was doing up top, because he didn't really drop by to help out the rest of his team members. Now he just needs to run. I mean, when things kind of break down that quickly, you need to back up the rest of your team members, or else you're going to be sitting duck 1v3. Axel in a clutch position. Question is, can he get it done? 180 needed. He does pull it off with a sliver of health left here. Thanos not even going to focus on picking up his team member. Kyong drops by to do that. Good grenade, but it goes slightly wide.
Axel is going to have some breathing space to get the medkit off, but all the hard work that he put in, gone to waste. He needs to somehow pull out a miracle.
In 10 seconds.
In 10 seconds. Axel, the first one onto Azrael. Again, no confirmed kills. I say that he's going to finish it off. Need those isolated fights. Kyong is going to play in the corner. He does see Axel coming in. The Charge Buster doesn't even need the full pump right now. Just chip away at his health bar. The Axel finally goes down, and BTR puts themselves at match point.
Axel could have been the game changer if he had joined the team fight a little bit earlier on, but he just chose to play the defensive up and top. And there was just no angles whatsoever to play with. As long as your opponents are like BTR and they're going to be rushing into your compound, that's going to severely nerf your sniper if he's playing those high angles. Axel should have figured that out a little bit earlier on. So that was a lost opportunity, and now BTR on match point. Expand needs to pull 4 rounds out of nowhere back to back.
No, absolutely. No smoke grenades this time. I say that, but there's one on the left, or one on the right side of BTR. Okay, it doesn't really matter, right? Swept, he's just going to play from behind. Too Fast with the AWM, in quite frontal position. As Xroy, he's going to make contact with Azrael. BTR, on the other hand, already starting off a scuffle in this building. Thanos goes into Orion form as Cobra gets split up from his own team. And the face off against Kyong, both dropping their glue walls, taking some chip damage. BTR feeling the heat from Expand.
What can Kyong do? Xroy spotted out. Grenade on delivery. Does he get taken out? No, he does manage to dock away quickly. Azrael waiting on the other side. Xroy goes down. Sueb finds Cobra, puts him down onto the ground. It is just a absolute reckoning now. A good trade back towards Azrael, but Too Fast and Axel both really low on this HP. Thanos trying to finish them off. Can't find anyone. Good trade around by Expend to reposition.
Too Fast, 1 versus 3. Completely pressured and pincered. BTR, a fast match one, honestly. High fives all around. They know that they have dealt the first lethal blow.
A second division team smashing your champions of MCPS. You can't have that if you are a Malaysian. You can't have that if you're expat. You can't have that if you're Coach Tomo.
It's going to be a sad day for the region. We are down 0-3 so far. They're in the hands of the Indonesians. But props to them, Bigatron Delta completely dominating Expand in these fights.
Unexpected. We expected, of course, a lot of firepower from both sides. We expected lots of try-hard moments. But Bigatron Delta making it look so easy.
Oh yeah, just...
And I think that this kind of solidifies the usage of Clue. Especially against a team that is very passive like Expand, who doesn't really go in for the rush. They try to find their defensive positions. Well, what is the use when your opponents are going to know exactly where you're hiding?
I think my biggest question right now is the smoke grenade. Who is tossing them? If it's BTR, completely fine.
Yeah.
Because Expand have no way to find info. But if it's Expand, I wonder if they know about the Clue. And if they do, then those smoke grenades, they don't really matter.
They don't at all. And initially it was most definitely Expand playing around with the smokes a little bit. I believe BTR did try to play the smoke towards, I think, the second last round when they were going for the long flank around the fences. But either way, I think Expand just needs to figure out how do they stick together and play this to the very best and pile up on all of those grenades. Because the first things first, you need two factors in here, right? Once you stick together, Bigatron Delta is going to know you're sticking together. So they are going to try to lob in all of those nades towards you, which means at the start of the round, you need to prioritize bringing out all of those blue walls.
Oh yeah, and I think for Expand is also that one round, right, where we kind of desire a bit more from Axel as a support player. But you also have to give props to Bigatron Delta in how they covered that, because they did not give Axel any angles to provide cover fire, and of course they made life really difficult for him.
And Expand knows how to win this. Go with the Charge Buster. That's going to be a solution. Have Axel with a sniper. For heaven's sake, don't put him up on the roof. Don't hide. Take a straightforward fight in terms of a defensive setup and try your best to hold the forces of BTR back and egg them on to take a CQC. Because when we have these all-out 4v4 CQCs, you see Expand walking out the champions. You see Expand walking out the winners there. So if they want to fight against Bigatron Delta and walk away with a victory, that has to be the adjustment for round 2.
Our match MVP is none other than Azrael with the Dimitri and Charge Buster as the most used weapon. Very decisive with those shots, right? 7 eliminations, only 2,079 damage. Overall, he's making use of these Charge Busters.
Oh yeah.
So much value from it.
And
we are only 3 hours into the broadcast, by the way.
we are.
We are less than 3 hours.
9:50. I think I'm going to have my dinner today. No supper nonsense, no going to bed hungry.
So where does dinner stop for you?
When is it? It
What
depends. It depends. Because these days I'm fasting because I'm fat nowadays, bro. I really need to lose some weight. I've been putting on weight. I don't look obese, but when I calculate my BMI, I'm level 1 obese. Can you believe it? I was tethering on level 2 obesity. and I was what? I mean, I knew I was overweight, but I didn't know I was obese. So that kind of gave me a heart attack. And I've got a history of heart attacks in my family. So
I haven't done the calculation for.
and you know how
Yes.
I scream, right?
Yes.
So I don't want to give myself a heart attack. So I got to lose all the weight if I want to continue screaming.
Fair enough, fair enough. Good to see you're making progress.
Yeah, man.
Have you considered skipping dinner tonight also? No, I'm just kidding. Please have your dinner.
All I've had today was a sandwich. And I think I don't want to take it to the extremes.
Okay.
I think a good pace of losing about 600 grams every 2-3 days.
Dieting is not anorexia. There's a distinct difference.
Yeah. So, just like how I'm making changes in life, Expand needs to make a few changes in their strategy as well. Things are not working out for them. You can't take a lot of these long-range engagements as you split up across the battlefield. Axel is not being the most useful to the squad of Expand at the moment. He needs to figure out a different factor in here for himself. I don't know if dropping the snipes is going to be the best option for him, but maybe the setup of leaving Axel alone needs to change. Maybe Axel needs a little bit of a backup. Maybe they need to pull off Enigma Galaxy, play the 2-2 split.
That has always been the dynamics of Expand, right?
Yeah.
As a team, is the roles are very defined.
Yeah.
If you see someone on the roof, you know for a fact it's gonna be Axel.
Yeah.
You see someone who is running at you, you know it's gonna be Cobra.
Yeah.
And you know for Xroy and Too Fast, they're kind of filling in the void, but you know Too Fast is always gonna be supporting,
Yeah.
and Xroy will be the right hand man of Cobra. I think that also poses a bit of that chink in the armor, which is
Yeah.
if you force Axel to play CQC, suddenly he is not as effective.
I think we need to throw Cobra to back Axel up. We gotta have Axel continuously supporting the team from the long range, but having Cobra instead of the rusher of the squad just to make sure Axel doesn't get taken down, because Axel's a really good player. And in the meantime, on the other side, you're gonna have Xroy, who's a really good rusher, and you're gonna have one of the best supports, Too Fast, backing him up. But we need to see more grenade purchases out of Too Fast as well. Of course, we're talking a lot about Expand because Bigatron Ultra seems to have no problems whatsoever
They're
eating them
flawless.
up.
So far flawless.
No issues whatsoever.
Get rid of the smoke grenades. I think that it's the same issue we saw, I think, for Freedom Cheese, right? You run
Yeah.
to Alvaro, they awaken Alvaro with the clusters. That's kind of a no good.
It's not gonna
Smoke
help
grenade,
out.
no good. Actually, the value of smoke grenades just got diminished because we have characters and pets that reveal locations, right? So the whole purpose of a smoke grenade is to hide your scent, but it doesn't really matter if people see you. It's like, what's the point?
Can't see me, but you know where I am. Still, it's gonna be a GG.
Maybe it could be there's a way to deal with it where you just they have some maybe they upgrade the smoke grenade in the future where it cuts out these kind of abilities for a short duration.
Yeah.
Gives you some kind of cover. There's an idea to ponder the arena. I won't take any credit for it, but just so you know, it could change. I don't know.
Let's see, of course, as we hop on into next era, potentially the final map, the final match of the day. Looking at the way Bigatron Delta has been playing this down to the T. Expand, if they can turn the tables on the Indonesians, perhaps we will have the first game number 3 of the day.
Yeah, we had one yesterday, Farang against Morph team. That one was the closest MCPS has ever gotten to winning a series. Came out of Farang of all teams. There we go, pistol, everyone's sticking together. EXO looking for a flag, but his team again getting mowed down as BTR does some very quick guarding work. And EXO just missing the timing. He's not even there yet. He's like, alright, what happened to my team? Apparently they are all dead. And BTR has just gotten their first round in a flash.
Oh my lord. Okay, masterclass on flanking. There are 2 groups. One is the flanker. Maybe you can have 2. Then you've got your mid rushes. But just because they call the mid rushes doesn't mean you rush into the mid. You gotta wait. You gotta wait for your flanker to get into position, and you gotta show up when your flanker is already at point where he can take some good shots. That was just such a sloppy round, my lord.
But your SWAT team is going to look, an actual SWAT team will look at that round and be like, guys, this is not how you do it.
That's definitely, you don't need to be a SWAT team, Husky. Okay, I like this a little bit better. Cobra, Xroy. Axel's holding the back like this. I'm not gonna rush.
He's like, you guys sold me out 2 pistol rounds in a row. I'm not doing that again, you know. And because of that BTR, they just cut noise. Look at that. Spread out all across the building.
BTR's doing what I expected Expand to do. Split off 2 to 2.
Expand's gonna try and push the Xroy, making the first move. Double revolver. Doing a Wild West style. BTR, they are not panicking, right? I love this composure. They are just waiting to receive the hit. And look at this. Xroy, while he was wondering what happened with Cobra on the first floor, BTR slowly eating up the space. And look at this. They have a good angle of where Axel is. Axel is providing support. Xroy getting a good knock on the Thanos. That is the Orion out.
A good finisher. Sweb should be able to beautifully back up the one and only Kyong. But Kyong misses the shot opportunity as well. Goes straight in for the shutdown, but Cobra steps it up. And you see, this is what I'm talking about. You have to bait BTR to take those CQCs. Expand is a much, much more better team with those kind of plays. And now Too Fast from up top, playing the role of support. Individually, when they hold on to their roles, Expand is unstoppable.
Oh yes. Sweb is still fairly healthy. I mean, this round is by no means over, right? He has a pretty decent gun to fight. He's getting chipped away, and the blue takes him out, doing Expand a favor. Much better start.
That's the kind of setup I want to see out of MCPS. Grab Labs this time round, though. You cannot hide anywhere. That's just a little unfortunate. You have to get towards the center. You will be put in a position where even if you are hiding behind a wall, your opponents have no respect for gravity. They're going to be flying up into the air, taking those spot shots against you. And the only blessing in disguise here is Expand actually has got enough money to purchase some good weapons.
They have better armor also. What we saw between NGX and GOW was that they fought outside of Graph Lab, which is actually not a bad idea. BTR, 4-man strong, running in, and Xroy just makes quick work of Sueb. Thanos coming in with the Orion. Cobra finding the second. Kyung losing his health. Sprayed down by Cobra. And that is the Expand we all want to see. Expand with 2 rounds in a row, but this one, very, very clean.
It's very clean because they're sticking together. I mean, it's just a very simple strategy for a team that can play a good game of Free Fire. You can't drop the ball when it comes to the initial setup, and BTR was just given way too many opportunities a little bit earlier on. Expand, they have put on a good show so far. They've given away 1 round. There is a little bit of a thirsty team in the form of the Indonesians of BTR right ahead of them, who are not going to be very rich. Swebs literally has got no armor whatsoever, forces by on that AWM, and gets the shot onto Axel as well. Big shots out of Sweb.
Yeah. Ezreal also, Axel also got traded back, right? So both teams exchanging some fire. Sweb all alone on one end of the map. Spotting her too fast. Lua has to be proud, but too fast. She's going to get flanked really quickly. Sweb gunned down by Cobra again. Lovely usage of the SMG. The Steffi also protecting Expand, and Cobra gets the first blood. Thanos wants to help, but Axel tucks himself in the corner. Grenades flying through from Expand. BTR biting the bullet this time.
Kyung, Axel in a great position to spot them out, sees them coming for his life. Repositions, loses a lot of HP as he repositions. Too fast on the other hand. He's managed to recover a little bit of his health as Cobra tries his best to back up the rest of his team members. Axel's going to be in a lot of trouble. Cobra needs to get there.
He's going to drop down also. BTR basically huddled together. X-Ray is behind. This is a very good move. The Orion Axel now splitting the attention of BTR. Go for a big wraparound as well. Expand ready to storm the front. They have to be really careful. BTR, they have those SMGs, they have the Charge Buster. They can actually just shred through the health bars of Expand.
Sweb's out, no more clue, so they don't know exactly where to expect Expand from. And that's going to be the winning factor here for the Malaysian squad. They flush on in. Kyung does find X-Roy though. Beautiful bust on the Charge Buster. Kyung's really low on HP. Too fast, needs to find the finisher. Azrael circles around. 2 players of Expand going up against him, and Cobra does manage to get the knock at BTR down. Expand up. This kind of setup, we can expect a match number 3.
Absolutely. 6 kills for Cobra so far. 6 and 1, I believe. There it is. 6 and 1.
And I know Too Fast is sitting down on the 0, but you know that's what support players are all about. So he needs to have the mental strength to not allow that to get to him. It is not about how many kills you get in a round or a match. It's all about whether or not your team is winning out these fights.
The kills don't matter if you win.
Absolutely. And he's not the first one who's going down anyway, so it's all fine and dandy. Unless he makes a couple of mistakes, which I don't see him making at all. Excel's going to break away from the squad. Everybody else going to be sticking together. Clue is going to be popped from the side of Sweb. So that's an instant info to know what the setup is like for the side of Expand.
I mean, BTR, they are eager to receive this hit. Sticking together, coming in. Expand only has 4 on the side. They're rushing already. Expand this time a bit more prepared. Thanos can't get through the window, unfortunately. Orion ability expended a bit early on. BTR stopped at the door. It's very good anticipation from Expand.
Absolutely, Axel now. The flank is going to be very useful, but I don't like the position he's holding on to. No barrier whatsoever to block those shots. Players come in for the flush. Axel has to run away. His back exposed. Kyung will be tagged up, but in the meantime, X-Roy has the opportunity to find the backs of Azrael.
Yeah, and Expand able to reposition themselves. So BTR once more finds themselves in a complete spread. You have X-Roy right opposite. Actually breathing beside Azrael. This is going to be a deadly one. Actually, Axel sees him, so allows X-Roy to go in for the assault and free fire down. Azrael secures the kill. X-Roy dips away into the shadow. Blocked by the blue auto. Sueb needs to finish his kill. Then Orion buying enough time. X-Roy gets away to safety, and Thanos gets punished in return. Expand coming alive in the second set. And Hyung, he's not going to stand much chance. Too fast gets the job done. It's 4 in a row for Expand.
Okay, clearly Expand is listening to the broadcast, so now I'm going to help BTR a little bit. So BTR, if they want to turn this around against Expand, they just have to focus their priority on bringing out those grenades, because that was really working out for them earlier on. And you can see Expand kind of using the countermeasure. The countermeasure is just sticking together. So what can you do to break them apart? It has to be the grenade, because when those grenades are lobbed on in, you don't have a chrono on the side of Expand. They will have to scurry apart from each other. That's exactly where BTR can get this. But the setup also has to be good. They have to flank around from both sides. Play that 2-2 just like Nigma Galaxy, and Expand might just pay a big price.
And that's where Cobra comes into handy, right? He has a Steffi. I think he has it figured out as well. If we stick together and there's nades to do with us, I'm going to pop the Steffi. Wow, this time it's running the A124, but someone is running the Steffi on the team. I guess they switch players at least. But the application is still the same. Steffi blocks the nades, keeps the team safe. Actually, very far in the open. Has to pop that Orion very early on, but he's in a rough spot. Thanos is going to be like, I also have my Orion ability. X-Roy putting out the glue walls, but this time Kyung makes sure that he goes down.
Smart double play from the side of BTR. And the 2-2 split definitely serves them really well. Take it on X-Roy. And they were expecting Axel initially. But Axel's on the other side of the map. He's trying to wrap around a little bit slow to the party. Cobra's going to get caught down with his spans. And it seems like there is a fantastic shot out of him. Too fast backs him up. That's what a support is all about.
Yeah, Cobra is so lethal right now. Thanos finally gets the backstab onto him. But also taking some massive damage. This Orion couldn't get away. Axel, good backup. He didn't see that. And Too Fast is going to pop that glue on to Steffi. As Cobra gets rescued by the Axel. Azrael realizes that there wasn't a finisher onto Cobra. And Axel punishes him. Expand puts themselves cuffs of a game tree.
I think this is just a great fight back from the side of Expand. Now, Bigatron Delta, they started things off good. Expand made a lot of mistakes. Expand has cleaned up their act. They are playing this down to the T now, so Bigatron Delta needs to find that countermeasure, and it has to be the focus on the lethals. They're still taking the CQCs, which to my... but I'm guessing they're not listening to this broadcast. They're listening to the Indonesian broadcast. So, GG, you should listen to the English broadcast more.
That is true. I wonder what the Indonesian broadcast is going to sound like, you know?
I love the hype.
I love the hype.
I love the hype.
But they're definitely not happy about this set 2.
What a shot. Beautiful glue wall to block that out.
Initial hit again. The amount of glue wall that Expand is bringing into these rounds,
Yeah,
it has really been a lifesaver.
absolutely, man. I mean, utilities, that's all the game is about. Thanos, good angle. Well popped the Orion, even though he had a 1-up, and brings out the glue wall as he sees another player. Very smart play by Thanos. Pulls out a double layer glue wall to block out the other side as well, as Kyung finds X-Roy. Advantage to BTR.
Yeah, that ice grenade was making life tough for Thanos, but he broke free of that. Too fast, getting pincered. Cobra, lovely shotgun from behind. Thanos ends up getting dropped anyways. And then he secures the kill.
Nice one.
X-Roy can still be picked back out. Too fast. The slit of the glue wall allowing him to get another knock. So BTR down the last 2 members. Cobra finding the third. What a swing.
So beautiful.
Expand looking for a game tree, and I think they have definitely earned it.
Absolutely. This is the first closest match that we found between 2 regions, and there's just no other way I would have this. Initially, it was Bigatron Delta really stepping up their gameplay, showing what they're made of, and Expand firing back in game number 2, and now we get down to the final match of the day. It's a race to 6.
Fighting very strongly.
Well, we haven't seen the newest player, Keyboy.
No, we have not.
Actually.
Looking forward to that, right? This is they used to run with 5. Miz West has had his fair share of play time on the FFSI, but adding Keyboy, there's more talent for Expand. One of the youngest teams we have, I believe.
I think their manager is a visionary, Clayton Orion. Just having that one backup player in the name of Zuez was just not sufficient for the squad. They needed to add on another, and Keyboy might just be that secret sauce that they require to overcome all of the teams, not just in this Clash squad, but later on in the big Battle Royale events as well.
You have the manufacturing pipeline, just keep churning out the new and aspiring talents.
Yeah.
But
and you never know who's going to have a good day, who's going to have a bad day. You need to be able to have the numbers to swap around with.
I think it also comes with its own challenges, right? Because every time you practice, you only get to practice with 4 of the members. So more time and effort needs to be invested. I think the challenge is how do you juggle with that?
I think you brought out the answer there. You just have more time invested. You just need to play more games. You just need to play more with each other. You need to find that perfect synchronization between the players and see what sort of a matchup really works. Because sometimes when you throw in your substitute, perhaps the gameplay needs to change. You maybe cannot have Axel flanking around so far away from the squad anymore. Cobra maybe just rushing into these battles like a madman. I mean, all of these are just assumptions, but you know, they need to look out for small, fine details like that when they do bring in the substitute player. So it can be a weak point, but it can just be an absolute game changer because now your opponents don't know what version of Expand to expect.
Yeah. Speaking about having a sub, right, and subs being kind of the savior of the team, there was recently a tournament I watched where the team had to play with their sub, and that sub brought them to finish 3rd, a podium finish, which was crazy because it was an international tournament. Cobra, our MVP for match 2, 11 eliminations, and I mean CQC, the shotgun, and he knows how to use it the best.
He definitely knows. I think what Cobra needs is a little bit of extra confidence mixed with a little bit of humble pie in there as well so that he doesn't get a little bit too confident with his engagements. But at his prime, this is what you can expect out of Cobra. The consistent MVP. And just because you have an MVP title does not mean you're the best player of the squad instantly. The only reason why Cobra can go in there and do what he does is because you've got the rest of the players on the side of Expand really playing their roles as well, especially Too Fast. I think it's really crucial for Too Fast to not get into those battles a little too early.
I think I feel like when you think lesser of the variables of what could go wrong, like focus on what you could do right.
Yeah,
that's what enables you, right? And
absolutely.
Something, and that's what shot Cobra to stardom back then. He just doesn't think.
Yeah.
Which most of the time isn't a good thing. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
In that case, it's good for him.
It's fantastic for him because he now knows what works, but they're still pretty young kids. You know,
There's still one more game. The job is not done just yet.
Absolutely. And Bigatron Delta showed us exactly why there's a game number 3 because they started off really hot. And I mean, someone just needs to send this information to the Indonesians. Bring out those grenades. You have to find a way to shut down those glue walls. You have to find a way to get through to Expand even after those glue walls have been erected. Because if you had those grenades, those glue walls mean nothing.
There's a solution. Glue wall melters. We saw that yesterday in certain matchups, and I am very surprised that we have not seen any of that today.
And clearly you know there is the abusing of the defensive factor now from Expand. So this is the adjustment that's needed out of Bigatron Delta if they want to move on to the next stage.
Glue wall melters solves the problem.
You cannot walk into a competition with just that one mindset, that one strategy, and expect to just walk all the way through. You have to adjust on the fly. I'm very surprised to see Expand managing to change their strategy halfway through and bring that effect into game number 2. Because usually they were the kind of team that just walks in with one plan. Plan fails, and then they're dead last, right? So I think it's good to see them really catch up.
I think that has been one of the glass ceiling that they needed to break.
Yeah.
You know, breaking it in Clash Squad is something not expected, but it's a good thing, right? You need to have kind of the plan B, contingency plan. You need to be able to adapt. I think the experience that they've gotten over more than almost 2 years of tournament has really sunk in. Having a coach to help them as well.
Yeah.
But for Bigatron Delta, and there it is, the coach brought in and he's like, boys, you gotta win this.
I think that's exactly what he's telling them.
Do
First
it
of all,
for
I've been tuning into the English broadcast.
Second of all,
bring out the damn grenades.
Let me ask you guys a question. What do you do to deal with glue walls? And the team is like, I don't know, we shouldn't now. No, glue wall melters, guy, glue wall melters.
I mean, it's a very efficient way to melt those glue walls with literally something called a glue wall melter.
Yeah, it's in the name.
And it's got a wide radius of effects, so you pretty much don't need to expend so many
or
of them. And it's
bring
such
in
a
the
tight
Skylar.
compound.
Yeah, there's 2 ways.
I'll go with the glue
I'll
wall
go with the melter for sure.
Yeah. I think the skill can be much better used in a different sort of a scenario. And I only say that because as we head on into this next matchup, regardless of the map, you're going to have a lot of these compounds that these players are going to be playing with. And the Skylar needs an open ground to really be effective.
Oh yes. Glue wall melters. That's it. Solves the problem. They have the clue as well, right? Which is pretty interesting because you know where they are.
Yeah.
If they're behind that glue wall melter. If they are behind the glue wall, Riptide Rhythm, there are multiple solutions to this, right? It's like rock, paper, scissors. So adaptation needs to come up from Bigatron Delta. I think the experience from Expand is kicking in. Now the ball is in BTR's court. Can they make that recovery?
See if or not they can pull this off. But at the end of the day, it really is going to be dependent on if they do change their strategy up before they head on into this next battle. Can't be the same old, same old. Expand's bored. Expand is like, start the match already. I get them. I get them. I thought this was finished by 10 p.m., but it's 10:12 now. We had 12 minutes overtime, guys.
No, we are still ahead of schedule. we are way ahead. We have 40 minutes.
My
50
stomach
minutes.
is hungry, man.
I feel the same.
Yes.
I do feel you.
I think I should. Let's talk about my diet, more talk about Bigatron Delta and how they can overcome Expand now, who have found that perfect fix. We talked about CQCs, Expand got that done. We talked about how Axel just needs to find the timing and stop rushing in, and for the rest of the players who are the mid-rushers to stop engaging before Axel finds a good position. That's been done.
And he's been backing up his team a bit more actively as
Very
well.
well,
And
correct, yes.
something that was lacking in the first set. Well, they are either 6 rounds or 11 rounds away from calling it a day. Or the week.
And this is not even the biggest challenge just yet. Like you said, after this, it's the arena, man.
After this,
So-
straight to the top, you are fighting from a team that is playing in like the Div 2, the Division 2 League of Indonesia, and then the recent FFSI champions.
Yeah, and Bigatron Delta's going up against, you know, the bottom scrapers of FFSI Grand Finals.
And they're making quite a
Straight up to
splash.
the Grand Champions of FFSI.
Yeah, it's a big jump. The bracket has been pretty brutal, honestly, to some of these teams. It almost feels unfair, you know.
But they have shown a lot of promise. And I'm actually starting to become a fan of Bigatron Delta, mainly from the first game. I don't like the fact that they didn't find a solution in the second game. They could have prevented it with their purchases. But I think that's why we saw so much of emotions from the face of the coach. It's like, what are you guys even doing?
Guys, what happened, guys? We got we 6-1 them and we got 6-1 instead. Like, what is
Yeah.
this?
Let's see if or not the A124 can be a game changer down later on.
Honestly, I think heading into back to Bermuda, right?
Yeah.
It could be a map factor as well. I think that is kind of one of the bigger question marks. So let's see if Expand has really made the adjustment. It should also apply back on Bermuda for the next game.
I have to agree with you because Bermuda, you've got more open angles for snipers to try to roam around. And it also forces the flank around from Expand to be instantly weakened, right? So that probably is going to be a factor now, but they just have to rinse and repeat. Just hold the back lines, don't rush in to look for BTR, and BTR has to look for them, but toss in those grenades. If both of them play this down to the T, we're going to have a round 11 here.
Yeah. If the same thing happens, you know that it's most likely a map issue, right? And obviously for BTR, if that is the case, they're going to have a better time on Bermuda for sure. The aggression coming up from Bigatron Delta already too fast, receiving the initial hit, trying to back off as much as possible. But he's going to get shot down. I mean, BTR just runs him over. Too fast, not ready for that.
Wasn't ready for the engagement. No glue walls to mess around with as well. What's the weaker point? I do understand where they're coming from though. They just wanted the double revolvers to give them the extra bit of boost. Wasn't the case.
You see that the rush coming from BTR, trying to flood the front doors. Cobra slicing Thanos into half. Xroy getting a good exchange. But it's going to be a 1 versus 2, and Xroy doesn't have much health left. Let's siphon a little bit with the Orion. Turns around to take down Sweat, but BTR cleans him up.
Good plays. The ball got dropped by too fast a tad bit there. If he wants to play the flank, he needs to find a safer way of doing so. And perhaps the revolver rounds might just be a little bit better to play together as a squad. You don't really need to worry too much about those nades.
Especially when you don't have like glue walls or you're not running like a Tatsuya or anything, right?
And if you get caught with your pants down, you just got to turn around and shoot. You got to just bet all of it on there. At least take away some good chunk of HP from your opponents, and then let the rest of your team members to finish off the job.
And there was an A124 also, so even having a Tatsuya, it's like, can't really dash away. Again,
Bad grenade out of the players of BTR. They take away their own HP. That's a misplay.
Axel playing the same position again on that roof, so we'll see how BTR deals with this. Thanos leading the charge in. Ezreal by his side. There could be a good flank too fast. Lovely ambush onto Kyung. Thanos now has a lot of work that he needs to do, but Ezreal also helps him out. Cobra getting a decent trade. Thanos taking massive damage. Has the right ability. Sees Cobra. Couldn't get the job done. Cobra still alive, and that is bad news for Thanos. Finally gets the knock, and BTR scraping by.
Thanos single-handedly got the job done. Not so sure why Cobra couldn't just shoot him down. He was vulnerable at that point of time. Chooses the ice grenade instead.
Missed opportunity, honestly, for X-Man. Very unlucky.
And needs a little bit of adjustment, and it looks like BTR is bringing in that adjustment. And you could just be right here, Husky. The map is playing a very big factor.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's getting more and more evident. It's either the map or the pep talk from the coach of BTR has really stirred up something.
Wonder if Expand got a pep talk. Ezreal cooking up the nade, waiting for the timing. Axel's gonna reposition. Clue has been popped, giving them an idea of exactly where to expect the flush from the side of MCPS. And that is just gonna have BTR hold the back lines here. Not aggressing on fourth. They know they've got the circle.
What?
Cobra just caught out in the open.
Oh yeah, that angle. What a pixel angle. And Kyung, he just rushes in for the finisher. Frontal assault from BTR. Kyung is keeping Axel at bay, as well as, meanwhile, X-Roy is caught in literally the middle. Drops Thanos. Thanos gets secured, but too bad ends up getting traded back. Axel with a slither of health. Kyung actually gets sprayed down. X-Roy against Sueb. And Sueb will try to wipe out the rest of Expand first and put this into a definitive 1v1.
Same guns on both sides. Clue popped yet again by Sueb. He knows exactly where X-Roy is. Let's see if or not this Orion can save X-Roy. It does keep him alive for a tad bit. Timing, Sueb.
Oh, the miss!
Turns around. This is the shot. Back and forth. And it is Sueb that goes down.
Yeah, running a parallel. Sensitivity issue. You know that X-Roy is playing with slightly lower sensitivity. It's just so funny that they are both moving in the same direction, but that could have gone either way. Sueb missing the initial shot with the AWM, with the AC-80 in that round. Would have costed them, but BTR now leading 3-0. And yeah, I mean, Expand are absolutely broke.
The effective use of Clue on the side of BTR really taking a dig at Expand. No matter what the setup is, it's just no effect against BTR.
At least they got rid of the smoke grenades. That's what I want to see.
Oh yeah.
Look at that double grenade at the ready. X-Roy will have to receive this hit, and the Orion very good at doing this task, just wasting the utilities of the enemies. But look at Thanos, he is already at the front door.
The coach definitely gave them a good advice. Use those grenades to flush out the camping side of Expand. X-Roy, opportunity with the Orion once again. Can bring it out for the pop, but Thanos is going to be holding the back lines. Ezreal, on the other hand, cooking up the grenade, puts it away for the time being. They know where to find Expand, but it's all about the timing.
See Axel, Cobra also peeks out as well. So that glue wall to isolate that angle. Make sure that Cobra doesn't get that pincer. Ezreal can open up this glue wall. They coming in from Expand. Lovely stuff from Too Fast. Thanos dodges that, but he took chip damage. The ice grenade. Get deadly. Can he bring Ezreal back up? Yes, he can. And Too Fast. This is gonna get knocked down. BTR needs some time to get the hell back. Kyung will need to find space. Steffi is also popped. Kyung finishes off Too Fast. Axel dropping low. Sueb and Kyung both knocked out. Cobra bulldozing through the rest of BTR. And Cobra himself single-handedly pulls this back.
Beautiful play this time around, as Cobra really carries the squad within this round number 4. And Too Fast, I really love the play, but it was just a little bit too much of an exposed body on the side of Too Fast. Gets excited. The child needs to just chill. He just needs to back up everyone else, but make sure he's the final survivor, because just stepping out there and being the one factor that forces everybody else to rush to his aid is not helping out Expand in any way.
Yeah, the fact that Cobra saved the round, right?
Yeah, that was lucky. That was very lucky for Expand.
Able to recover in terms of economy also, just a little bit. Cobra on that AWM himself, he has had enough. Axel also has one. Double AWM from BTR. X-Roy is gonna just take that frontal position.
Crate is going to look for Cobra, which means Cobra is going to get an extra grenade for his side. We talked about how BTR needs those nades to flush out Expand, but his Expand now stacked with those nades. Question is, do they use them?
And the question is also, where is X-Roy? There he is. Back out, fight time for Too Fast and Cobra. Both got tagged by AWM. X-Roy going straight into the Orion form and not getting any returns. Cobra getting naded. X-Roy, lovely stuff with the Charge Buster on Kyung. Gets the secure. Cobra needs some help right now. Thanos able to push Too Fast back a little bit as X-Roy fights Ezreal off screen. This man coming online. The secondary rusher. Too Fast wins that out against Thanos. Span again recovering. A clean round.
Very clean. Very, very good. Well played by Expand. But BTR, the weakening factor of this squad is the fact that they keep rushing on in there. I think the confidence is building up a little bit too much. And the usage of those lethals has dwindled down. And I'm just starting to wonder why. Look at that. One grenade on Kyung, one grenade on Azrael. They're prioritizing their purchases more towards the charge busters. But I don't think they should be taking a CQC against Expand.
Again, right, you need to fall back to just flushing Expand out. And it's getting a good good crossfire.
SMG's better idea. Sweb very far out, but exposed as well. Expand not going to find them just yet, keeping a tight line. X-Roy flanking around. He's going to take the higher floors as well within the factory. This is going to give the advantage. Azrael takes himself out with the grenade. This is not the first time. This is the second time BTR is doing it to themselves.
On the end, it's going to prompt Expand to go in for the rush. Ezreal pick back up. Cobra has a Trogon in hand, so watch out for those nades. They're going to chip away at the health of BTR. Then Glue is going to drop Thanos in the front again. Steffi used by Too Fast, so all those grenades from BTR rendered useless. Swab, good snipe onto X-Roy. Too Fast dropping low. Cobra leaps into the frame with the Trogon and finds 2 for himself.
Make that 3. My goodness, Cobra's on fire for sure. Can he pick up his brother? Swab, the final player left in here. He's going to have a clue as to where the players are. No pun intended. Hasn't popped it just yet. A quick grenade towards the door, but there's no way he wins this out. 1v3. Swab needs to play the best engagement of his life, and Cobra says thank you very much. They trade each other out.
Yeah, Cobra has had enough of these kids. Showing them how it's done. 6 kills so far. Same as X-Roy. Both of them as the rushers. Really pulling the weight. Oh, this is the closest set we have so far. Expand and BTR 3-3.
I have to actually say that this is the one series that I'm enjoying the most throughout the whole day. The rest were pretty much just walkover victories with no adjustments being made from the losing team. But we see a little bit of decent back and forth between Expand and BTR.
Oh, yes. Definitely the smallest power gap. Ice grenade very early on from BTR. Oh, Thanos found out. Push both Too Fast and X-Roy back. This is the double duel you want to see. Exo against with Cobra together. Definitely have made the necessary adjustment. BTR just struggling to kind of find a way, right? They've been doing what they did the whole set, which is kind of cut noise whenever you see Expand. Get that info with the clue. The problem being that now they're losing to CQC's X-Roy. Digging his feet in a little bit. BTR not able to respond.
Double pump out of the Trogon, finds no one. Israel circles around. Thanos goes down. It's going to be Kyung for the backup. Cobra. Quick finisher comes on through, and Kyung, tail between his legs, tries to get away with the backstab, but Too Fast turns on Sueb. Azrael goes down as well as Axel shows up. What a clean round coming through from Expand.
And you gotta love how X-Roy led the charge. He just goes in, and for some reason he was able to survive double charge busters.
Yeah.
In the fray as his team backs him up. Expand just like that, pull a hit.
I think at this point BTR really needs to take my advice. Bring out those grenades. You look at the sheer number of glue walls on the side of Expand, and they have been abusing that quite a little bit. And BTR has had no response whatsoever for those glue walls.
Yeah, glue wall melters, man. Come on, just one or two glue wall melters actually will be enough, right? You need something.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised. We're into game 3, multiple rounds, and no glue wall melters out of BTR to just hold these boys down.
Yeah, ramming the head into the wall, that is for sure. Expand systematically clearing out these containers. A lot of open areas to work with. Good ice grenade. Thanos. Is he gonna... he's just gonna charge through it, okay.
He likes the cold. It's been hot recently, I understand. Electricity bill's quite high, so he uses whatever he can. Kyung up on top. Let's see if he can find this too fast with a grenade on the cook. Finds nothing, gets tagged up a tad bit though, Kyung.
Yeah, but a lot of chip damage. Like Kyung and Ezreal taking massive damage. Cobra again, right in front. He is making use of this Trogon for sure. Exroy gets dropped, but Kyung very low, too fast, losing health. Exo also not too healthy as Cobra is going to find himself barricaded in. Kyung really trying to look for some sort of revenge, and Cobra, he's like, you want a piece of this, huh? So bring that lure. Finally makes it out into the open. That grenade! Lovely stuff as Axel finally backs up his buddy. The dynamic duo of Expand looking for their 5th round. Thanos and Kyung both in the red.
Match point not gonna be available just yet. Axel flanks on from the left, avoids a grenade in the meantime as well. Cobra has got no more grenades to work around with. Drogon in hand. It's pretty much a mag 7 at this point with the way it functions.
Oh, and in BGR they have to go through this whole labyrinth. The blue zone is only choking them in. Ice grenade, not really splitting Cobra from Axel. Again, then Trogon gonna be deadly. Massive pump shot from Axel. Thanos losing health, but he's the Orion. But it doesn't matter. Axel just finds a good pre-fire and Axel cleans up. That's it. Serious point for Expand.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, this is the kind of Expand where I can respect, man. Nobody's looking for some selfish kills. Nobody's looking or hunting down the MVP title. They're just backing each other up, making sure the team members are up. But what I would like to see a little bit more from Expand as they try to prepare to meet E-Arena from how things are going is the defensive play. Picking up X-Roy and Too Fast was crucial in that round. And things could have turned south there. They didn't. And I think that's something that needs to be patched up.
The boost from Swep. Unfortunately, can't find anything. So, triple AW from Expand. I mean, they are putting out a clinic. X-Roy once more willingly puts himself in front. Gonna get zoned out by the ice.
If Expand wins this, this is one of the better comebacks. In fact, the best comeback that we've seen in the competition thus far.
Down one game in the series, nonetheless. And they got crushed in the first game, right? So it's one of the best recoveries ever. The reverse sweep, truly a reverse sweep. They're one round away from achieving that. Cobra with the nade over the top. No connections, but they've isolated Thanos. Bad news for Thanos. Can he run away? As X-Roy is going to come in, pressure him away. Blue Wall is going to make life a bit hard. BTR coming in for the pincer. Expand able to fall back, but Kyung not receiving the same treatment. Expand forcing BTR out into the open.
Shots from afar. Cobra's not going to connect with anything just yet. Orion pop. Interestingly,
Trogon from Cobra is really chipping away at the health pool of BTR. Ezreal tanking that ice grenade. Cobra and Axel doubling up as well. This is a deadly angle for BTR to play into. Sweb and Thanos taking, again, just depleting the health. The Dimitri skill has been popped as well. No A1 to fall. Cobra springs the trap. But Thanos is going to come back. Axel, nice support from afar. Ezreal gets dropped by Axel and Cobra. They need assistance right now. Axel puts himself in the front line. And getting the snipe onto Ezreal as well. Point blank, too fast, shows up. Sweb, literally 1 HP, and Expand, they have done it. The reverse sweep, first of its kind. And they move on.
and that's exactly what I want to see out of Too Fast. Be the support player, be the backup. We don't want to see 20 kills from this guy. We just want to see him finally clean up all of the mess that the initial rushes do go ahead to put out there. I think once again that we do see a little bit of weakness here from Expand. They're not picking up their down plays. I think this has to be something they fix instantly before they continue on in the journey. I mean, of course, Bigatron Delta getting the win over them. They can pat themselves on the back, but it's nothing to be proud of just yet. This is a prime team, but from Division 2 out of Indonesia.
Yeah, I mean,
bigger fishes are awaiting them.
I mean, for BTR, they can leave this tournament with their heads held high.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So much potential. I think, obviously, they're also pretty young players,
Yeah.
and they don't get much chances to play against the top dogs, let alone from another region, right? So it's a good lesson. Maybe it's also a good testament on how winning the marathon is more important. The mental fortitude, right? Expand demonstrated that for sure. You can see a bit of that meltdown for Bigatron Delta, but again, nothing to be ashamed about. This is a good step forward, a step of a long journey.
One clear difference between the two teams is the fact that Expand adjusted to the strategy of Bigatron. Bigatron just stuck with the exact same thing all throughout the game. which is a little surprising. I expected a little bit more after the game number 1.
And the fact that Cobra is winning all these CQCs is maddening.
And that's what we were talking about, right?
yeah.
Like, Expand just needs to force them in and find those CQCs. And BTF, I mean, if it happens once, you know it was unexpected. Happens twice, okay, fine, you're learning your lesson. But again and again and again, you have to keep your distance.
King Cobra is back. And this is a duty that Expand has done plenty of times. The sole torchbearer of MCPS.
Yeah.
Okay, they are again the only team from the region that is standing. And guess what? E-Arena's up next.
Oh, that's going to be a spicy one. And I think that's going to be the biggest factor if Expand wants to really prove how much they've improved in the competition. If they can shut down the arena tomorrow, I think, my oh my.
I think they've done more than enough if they can shut them down. But if not, I want to see them at least draw blood, right? Again, you are not expecting them to win over E-Arena, but you are looking forward to see how much damage they can do.
Yeah.
It's a tall task, for sure, for Expand. For,
No doubt.
For any team. But you are looking at the champions against the 12th spot, so it's not really the fairest of matchups.
That I'll have to agree with. 10 eliminations for the MVP through 3,573 damage on a 30% headshot rate. Axel sneaks away the MVP from Cobra, but we all know what the factor here was. It wasn't just Axel, it wasn't just Cobra, it wasn't just Too Fast, it wasn't just X-Roy. It was Expand from start to finish. Flipping it around, losing it out 2-6 to Bigatron, smashing them 6-1 and then 6-3 in the consecutive games.
Yeah, honestly, for Expand, it is a team that is literally the whole definition of staying united we stand, right? It's a team that you pick them apart, they instantly lose, but when they stick together, oh boy, they are a force to be reckoned with. This is the updated bracket. We've gotten rid of 8 teams. The remaining 8 will face off tomorrow for the 4 slots in the playoffs, where they finally get to enjoy double elimination format next weekend. But tomorrow's going to be a bloodbath. Attack all out against BRU X Evos, a rivalry in its own region. More team against Evos Divine, WAG against Nigma Galaxy, and E-Arena against Expand.
Big names for sure, big games, no doubt. Make sure you guys join us tomorrow, the 9th of July, the exact same time, because these matches were, well, pretty decently quick, I would say, for the past 2 days. But tomorrow, you can expect it to get dragged out a bit.
Yeah, tomorrow, I mean, you look at the storyline, right? There's so much more that you can talk about. BRUX Evos against Attack All Around. Revenge for FFWS Sentosa. Evos Divide against War Team. The Veterans against the Up and Coming. WAG against Nigma Galaxy. The Unproven against one of the top dogs. Of course, you have an E-Arena against Expand. The redemption arc for MCPS.
Absolutely, man. Of course, E-Arena will want to keep the title to themselves in terms of the champions of FFSI, leading in to become the champions of the C Cup for Clash Squad under Garena Free Fire as well. Whether or not that can happen, we will have to still wait and see, because now, like we've talked about so many times, it's no longer the third-party situation. A clean 4v4, the best team with the best strategy, with the best engagements will call themselves champions.
It's a fair fight. You get to earn it fair and square. You're not
Absolutely.
you're not gonna walk away as a champion feeling like someone did the enemy in, right? You get to grab fate by the horn and make yourself a champion.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that is about it from Husky and I and the whole production team. Garena Free Fire wishes you a good night. We'll see all of you guys tomorrow. Don't miss it. Thank you, bro.